Chapter 15 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Treader. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 15. It would never end, and why should it? Could a great wonder be merely a transient thrill? Absurd. Dawn followed night, day after day, and the wonder had not faded. It would never fade. Letter followed letter, each more precious than the last. She began with "Mon cher Paul," then "Mon cher," then sometimes "Paul." She set the tone of the frank and loyal friendship in a style very graceful, very elusive, a word of tenderness melting away in a laugh. She took the friendship, pulled it to pieces, and reconstructed it in ideal form. Then she tied blue ribbon round its neck and showed him how beautiful it was. She sat on the verandah of her villa and looked out on the moonlit Mediterranean and wanted to cry, "J'avais envie de pleurer," because she was all alone, having entertained at dinner a heap of dull and ugly people. She had spent a day on a yacht of a Russian Grand Duke. Il m'a fait un cœur effréné. Paul thirsted immediately for the blood of this Grand Duke who had dared to make violent love to her. But when, a few lines farther on, he found that she had guessed his jealousy and laughed at it, he laughed too. "Don't be afraid. I have had enough of these people." She wanted une âme sincère et candide, and Paul laid the flattering unction to his own sincere and candid soul. Then she spoke prettily of his career. He was to be the flambeau éveilleur, the awakening torch in the darkness before the daybreak. But he mustn't overwork. His health was precious. There was a blot and erasure in the sentence. He took the letter to the light, lover-wise, and looked at it through a magnifying glass. And his pulses thrilled when it told him that she had originally written "Votre santé m'est précieuse," and had scribbled out the M. "Your health is precious to me." That is what her heart had said. Did lover ever have a dearer mistress? He kissed the blot, and the thick French ink coming off his lips was nectar. And he began his letters with "My dear Princess." Then it was "Dearest Princess." Then "My Princess." Then she rallied him on the matter. It came to "Mes enfants, j'ai un petit nom comme tout le monde." In common with the rest of humanity, she had a Christian name, and she was accustomed to be called by it by her frank and loyal friends. And they are so few. Paul heard the delicate little sigh and saw the delicate rise and fall of the white bosom. And again he fed on purple ink. So he began his next letter with "Dear Sophie." But he could not pour the same emotion into "Dear Sophie" as he could into "My Princess." And "My Sophie" was a step beyond the bounds of frank and loyal friendship. So it came to his apostrophizing her as "dear" and scattering "Sophies" deliciously through the text. And so the frank and loyal friendship went on its appointed course, as every frank and loyal friendship between two young and ardent souls who love each other has proceeded since the beginning of a sophisticated world. The first 3 months of that year were a period of enchantment. He lived supremely. The daily round of work was trivial play. He rose at 7, went to bed at 2, crowded the 19 hours of wakefulness with glorious endeavour. He went all over the country with his flambeau éveilleur, awakening the youth of England, finding at last the great artistic gift the gods had given him, the gift of oratory. One day he reminded Jane of a talk long ago when he had fled from the studios. "You asked me how I was going to earn my living. I said I was going to follow one of the arts." "I remember," said Jane, regarding him full-eyed. "You said you thought you were a poet, but you might be a musician or painter. Finally you decided you were an actor." He laughed his gay laugh. "I was an infernally bad actor," he acknowledged. Then he explained his failure on the stage. He was impatient of other people's inventions, wanting to play not Hamlet, or Tom, or Dick, or Romeo, or Harry, but himself. Now he could play himself. It was acting in a way. Anyhow, it was an art. So his boyish prophecy had come true. He had been struggling from childhood for a means of self-expression. He had tried most of them save this. Here he found it. He loved to play upon a crowd as if they were so many notes of a vast organ. On this occasion Jane said, "And my means of self-expression is to play on the keys of a typewriter." "Your time hasn't come," he replied. "When you have found your means you will express yourself all the more greatly." Which was ingenious on the part of Paul, but ironically consoling to Jane. One week end during the session he spent at the Marchioness of Chudley's place in Lancashire. He drove in a luxurious automobile through the stately park, which once he had traversed in the brakeful of urchins, the raggedest of them all, and his heart swelled with pardonable exultation. He had passed through Bloodstone, and he had caught a glimpse of what had once been his brickfield, now the site of more rows of mean little houses, and he had seen the grim factory chimneys still smoking. The little Buttons, having grown up into big Buttons, were toiling away at their lives in those factories. And Button himself, the unspeakable Button, was he yet alive? And Mrs. Button, who had been Polly Kegworthy and called herself his mother? It was astonishing how seldom he thought of her. He had run away a scarecrow boy in a gypsy van. He came back a formative force in the land, the lover of a princess, the honoured guest of the great palace of the countryside. He slipped his hand into his waistcoat pocket and felt the cornelian heart. Yes, in the great palace he found himself an honoured guest. His name was known independently of his work for the Winwoods. He was doing good service to his party. The word had gone abroad, perhaps Frank Ayres had kindly spoken it, that he was the coming man. Lady Chudley said, "I wonder if you remember what we talked about when I first met you?" Paul laughed, for she did not refer to the first meeting of all. "I'm afraid I was very young and fatuous," said he. "It was years ago. I hadn't grown up." "Never mind. We talked about waking the country from its sleep." "And you gave me a phrase, Lady Chudley. The Awakener of England. It stuck. It crystallized all sorts of vague ambitions. I've never forgotten it for 5 consecutive minutes. But how can you remember a casual act of graciousness to an unimportant boy?" "No boy who dreams of England's greatness is unimportant," she said. "You've proved me to be right. Your dreams are coming true. See, I don't forget." "I owe you far more than you could possibly imagine," said Paul. "No, no, don't exaggerate. A laughing phrase, that's nothing." "It's something, even a great deal, but it's not all," said he. "What else is there?" "You were one of the 2 or 3," he said earnestly, thinking of the Bludston factory, "who opened new horizons for me." "I'm a proud woman," said Lady Chudley. The next day, Sunday, old Lord Chudley dragged him into his own private den. He had a very red, battered, clean-shaven face, and very red hair and side whiskers, and he was a very honest gentleman, believing implicitly in God and the King and the House of Lords and foxes and the Dutch school of painting, and his responsibility as a great landowner toward the 2 or 3 thousand human beings with whom he had business relations. "Look here, Savelli, I've looked into your league. It's a damn good thing. About the only thing that has been invented which can stem the tide of socialism. Catch 'em young. That's the way. But you want the sinews of war. You get subscriptions, but not enough. I've seen your last balance sheet. You want a little army of what the devil shall we call 'em?" "Big Englanders," Paul suggested as a venture. "Good! We want an army of 'em to devote their whole time to the work. Open a special fund. You and Ursula Winwood will know how to work it. What Ursula Winwood doesn't know in this sort of business isn't worth knowing, and here's something to head the list with." And he handed Paul a cheque, which after a dazed second or two he realized to be one of the £5,000. That was the beginning of the financial prosperity and the real political importance of the Young England League. Paul organized a great public dinner with the leader of the opposition in the chair and an amazing band of notables around the tables. Speeches were made, the Marquis of Chudley's patriotism extolled, and subscription lists filled up and handed to a triumphant organizing secretary. A powerful daily newspaper took up the cause and made strong appeal. The lodges made simultaneous efforts in their respective districts. Money flowed into the League's coffers. When Parliament rose for the Easter recess, Paul, the most tired, yet the most blissful youth among the fortunate, flew straight to Venice, where a happy-eyed princess welcomed him. She was living in a palazzo on the Grand Canal, lent to her (that is the graceful Italian way of putting it) by some Venetian friends, and there, with Mademoiselle de Cressy to keep off the importunate, she received such acquaintances as floated from the ends of the earth through the enchanted city. "I have started by seeing as few people as I can," she said. "That's all on account of you, monsieur." He pressed her hand. "I hope we don't see a single soul we know as long as I'm here," he declared. His hope was gratified, not completely, but enough to remove grounds for lovers' fretfulness. He passed idyllic days in halcyon weather. Often she would send her gondola to fetch him from the Grand Hotel where he was staying. Now and then, most graciously audacious of princesses, she would come herself. On such occasions he would sit awaiting her with beating heart, juvenis fortunatus nimium, on the narrow verandah of the hotel, regardless of the domed white pile of Santa Maria de Salute opposite, or the ceaseless life on the water, or the sunshine, or anything else in Venice, his gaze fixed on the bend of the canal, and then at last would appear the tall curved prow, and then the white-clad, red-sashed Giacomo bending to his oar, and then the white tenda with the dear form beneath, vaguely visible, and then Felipe, clad like Giacomo and bending, too, rhythmically with the foremost figure. Slowly, all too slowly, the gondola would near the steps, and beneath the tenda would smile the dearest face in the world, and the cheeks would be delicately flushed and the eyes tender and somewhat shy. And Paul would stand smiling too, a conquering young figure, with green Marienbad hat tilted with ever so tiny a shade of jauntiness, the object of frankly admiring and curious glances from a lone woman or two on the verandah, until the gondola was brought up to the wave-washed steps, and the hotel porter had fixed the bridge of plank. Then, with Giacomo supporting his elbow, he would board the black craft, and would creep under the tenda and sink on the low seat by her side with a sense of daring and delicious intimacy, and the gondola would glide away into fairyland. "Let us be real tourists and do Venice thoroughly," she had said. "I have never seen it properly." "But you have been here many times before." "Yes, but—" she hesitated. "Eh bien? Je ne peux pas le dire. Il faut deviner." "Will you forgive me if I guess right?" Our great Shakespeare says, 'Love lends a precious seeing to the eye.'" "That's very pretty," said the Princess in French. "I love much your Shakespeare." Whereupon Paul recognized her admission of the correctness of his conjecture, and so, with the precious vision that they had borrowed, they went about tourist wise to familiar churches and palaces, and everything they saw was lit with exceeding loveliness. And they saw the great pictures of the world, and Paul, with his expert knowledge, pointed out beauties she had not dreamed of hitherto, and told her tales of the painters, and discoursed picturesquely on Venetian history, and she marvelled at his insight and learning and thought him the most wonderful man that had ever dropped, ready-made, from heaven. And he, in the flush of his new love, was thrilled by her touch and the low tones of her voice when she plucked him by the sleeve and murmured, "Ah, Paul, regardez-moi ça. It is so beautiful one wants to weep with joy." They spoke now half in French, half in English, and she no longer protested against his murderous accent, which, however, he strove to improve. Love must have lent his precious hearing too, for she vowed she loved to hear him speak her language. In the great council chamber of the ducal palace they looked at the 76 portraits of the illustrious succession of Doges, with the one tragic vacant space, the missing portrait of Marino Faliero, the Rienzi of Venice, the man before his time. "It seizes one's heart, doesn't it?" said the Princess, with her impulsive touch on his sleeve. "All these men were kings, sovereigns of a mighty nation, and how like they are to one another. In this essential quality one would say they were brothers of a great family." "Why, yes," he cried, scanning the rows of severe and subtle faces. "It's true, illuminatingly true." He slid up his wrist quickly so that his hand met hers. He held it. "How swift your perception is! And what is that quality common to them all, that quality of leadership? Let us try to find it." Unconsciously he gripped her hand and she returned his pressure, and they stood, as chance willed it, alone, free from the circumambulent tourists, in the vast chamber, vivid with Paul Veronese's colour on wall and ceilings, with Tintoretto and Bassano, with the arrogant splendour of the battles and the pomp and circumstance of victorious armies of the proud and conquering republic, and their eyes were drawn from all this painted and riotous wonder by the long arresting frieze of portraits of serene, masterful and subtle faces. "The common factor, that's what we want, isn't it?" "Yes," she breathed. And as they stood hand in hand, the unspoken thought vibrating between them, the memory came to him of a day long ago when he had stood with another woman, a girl then, before the photographs in the window of the London Stereoscopic Company in Regent Street, and he had scanned faces of successful men. He laughed, he could not help it, and drew his Princess closer to him. Between the analogous then and the wonderful now, how immense a difference! As he laughed she looked swiftly up into his face. "I know why you laugh." "No, my Princess, impossible." "Mais oui. Tell me, all these great princes," she swept her little gloved hand toward the frieze, "what is their common factor?" Paul, forgetful of his mirth, looked round. "Indomitable will," said he seriously. "Unconquerable ambition. Illimitable faith. They all seem to be saying their creed. I believe in myself almighty, and in Venice under my control, and in God who made us both, and in the inferiority of the remnant of the habitable globe. Or else, in the beginning God created Venice. Then he created the rest of the world. Then he created me. Then he retired and left me to deal with the situation. Or else I am an earthly trinity. I am myself. I am Venice. I am God." "It is magnificent," she cried. "How you understand them! How you understand the true aristocratic spirit! They are all what you call leaders of men. I did not expect an analysis so swift and so true. But Paul," her voice sank adorably, "all these men lack something. Something that you have, and that is why I thought you laughed." He smiled down on her. "Do you think I was measuring myself with these men?" "Naturally. Why should you not?" she asked proudly. "And what have I got that they lack?" "Happiness," said the Princess. Paul was silent for a while. As they moved slowly away to the balcony which overlooks the lagoon and San Giorgio Maggiore, glowing warm in the sunshine, and then he said, "Yet most of these men loved passionately in their time, and were loved by beautiful women." "Their love was a thing of passions, not of the spirit. You cannot see a woman, that is to say happiness, behind any of their faces." He whispered, "Can you see a woman behind mine?" "If you look like that," she replied, with a contented little laugh, "the whole world can see it." And so their talk drifted far away from Doge, just as their souls were drifting far from the golden calf of the frank and loyal friendship which Sophie the Princess had set up. How could they help it? And in Venice of all places in the world! If she had determined on maintaining the friendship calm and austere, why in Minerva's name had she bidden him hither? Sophie Zobraska passed for a woman of sense. None knew better than she the perils of moonlit canals, and the sensuous splash of water against a gondola, and the sad and dreamy beauty which sets the lonely heart aching for love. Why had she done it? Some such questions must Mademoiselle de Cressy have asked, for the Princess told him that Stephanie had lectured her severely for going about so much in public alone with a beau jeune homme. "But we don't always want Stephanie with us," she argued, "and she is not sympathetic in Venice. She's like restaurants and people. Besides, she is always with her friends at Danielli's. So if it weren't for you I should be doing nothing all by myself in the lonely palazzo. Forcément we go about together." Which was all sophisticated and nonsensical, and she knew it, for there was a mischievous little gleam in her eye as she spoke. But none the less, shutting her ears to the unsympathetic Stephanie, did she continue to show herself alone in public with the beautiful youth. She had thrown her crown over the windmills for a few happy days. For a few happy days she was feeding her starved nature, drinking in her fill of beauty and colour and the joy of life, and the pair, thus forcibly thrown together, drifted through the narrow canals beneath the old crumbling palaces, side by side, and hand in hand, while Giacomo and Felipe, disregarded automata, bent to their oars. One afternoon, one mellow and memorable afternoon, they were returning from Murano. Not a breath of wind ruffled the lagoon. The islands, in their spring verdure, slumbered peacefully. Far away the shipping in the bacino lay still like enchanted craft. Only a steamer or two, and here and there the black line of a gondola with its standing, solitary rower, broke the immobility of things, and Venice, russet and rose and grey, brooded in the sunset, a city of dreams. They murmured words of wonder and regret. Instinctively they drew near and their shoulders touched. Their clasp of fingers tightened, and their breath came quickly, and for a long time they were silent. Then at last he whispered her name, in the old foolish inevitable way, and she turned her face to him and met his eyes and said, "Paul," and her lips as she said it seemed to speak a kiss, and all the earth was wrapped in glory too overwhelming for speech. It was only when they entered the Grand Canal and drew up by the stripped posts of the palazzo that she said, "I have those Roman people and the Heatherfields coming to dinner. I wish I hadn't," she sighed. "Would you care to come?" He smiled into her eyes. "No, my princess, not to night. I should do silly things. To night I will go and talk to the moon. To morrow, when can I come?" "Early, as early as you like." And Paul went away and talked to the moon, and the next morning, his heart tumultuous, presented himself at the palazzo. He was shown into the stiff Italian drawing room, with its great Venetian glass chandelier, its heavy picture hung walls, its Empire furniture covered in yellow silk. Presently the door opened and she entered, girlish in blouse and skirt, fresh as the morning. "Bonjour, Paul. I have not had time to put on my hat, but—" She did not end, for he strode towards her, and with a little laugh of triumph took her in his arms and kissed her. And so what had to be came to pass. End of chapter 15. Recording by Crystal Treader.
Chapter 16 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 16. I love you too much, my Sophie, to be called the Princess Zobraska's husband. And I love you too much, dear, to wish to be called anything else than Paul Savelli's wife. That was their position, perfectly defined, perfectly understood. They had arrived at it after many arguments and kisses and lovers' protestations. "Such as I am," cried Paul, "a waif and stray, an unknown figure coming out of the darkness. I have nothing to give you but my love. Are there titles or riches on earth of equal value? But I must give you more. The name Paul Savelli itself must be a title of honor." "It is becoming that," said the Princess. "And we can wait a little, Paul, can't we? We are so happy like this." "Ah," she sighed, "I have never been so happy in all my life." "Nor I," said Paul. "And am I really the first?" "The first. Believe it or not as you like, but it's a fact. I've told you my life's dream. I never sank below it, and that is why perhaps it has come true." For once the assertion was not the eternal lie. Paul came fresh-hearted to his Princess. "I wish I were a young girl, Paul." "You are a star-turned woman, the star of my destiny in which I always believed the great things will soon come." They descended to more commonplace themes. Until the great things came, what should be their mutual attitude before society? "Until I can claim you, let it be our dear and beautiful secret," said Paul. "I would not have it vulgarized by the chattering world of anything in life." Then Paul proved himself to be a proud and delicate lover, and when London, with its season and its duties and its pleasures absorbed them, he had his reward. For it was sweet to see her in great assemblies, shining like a queen, and like a queen surrounded by homage, and to know that he alone of mortals was enthroned in her heart. It was sweet to meet her laughing glance, dear fellow conspirator. It was sweet even morning and night to have the intimate little talk through the telephone, and it was sweetest of all to snatch a precious hour with her alone. Of such vain and foolish things is made all that is most beautiful in life. He took his dearest lady, though Miss Winwood now disclaimed the title, into his confidence. So did the Princess. It was very comforting to range Miss Winwood on their side, and to feel themselves in close touch with her wisdom and sympathy. And her sympathy manifested itself in practical ways, those of the woman confident of every love affair since the world began. Why should the Princess Zobraska not interest herself in some of the philanthropic schemes of which the house in Portland Place was the headquarters? There was one, a forlorn widows' fund, the presidency of which she would be willing to resign in favor of the Princess. The work was trivial. It consisted chiefly in consultation with Mr. Savelli and in signing letters. The Princess threw her arms around her neck, laughing and blushing, and calling her Delicieux. You see, it was obvious that Mr. Savelli could not be consulted in his official capacity or official letters signed elsewhere than in official precincts. "I'll do what I can for the pair of you," said Miss Winwood to Paul, "but it's the most delightfully mad and impossible thing I've ever put my hand to." Accepting the fact of their romance, however, she could not but approve Paul's attitude. It was the proud attitude of the boy who nearly 6 years ago was going, without a word, penniless and debonair out of her house. All the woman in her glowed over him. "I'm not going to be called an adventurer," he had declared. "I shall not submit Sophie to the indignity of trailing a despised husband after her. I'm not going to use her rank and wealth as a stepping stone to my ambitions. Let me first attain an unassailable position. I shall have owed it to you, to myself, to anybody you like, but not to my marriage. I shall be somebody. The rest won't matter. The marriage will then be a romantic affair. And romantic affairs are not unpopular dans l'amour d'aujourd'hui." This declaration was all very well, the former part all very noble, the latter exhibiting a knowledge of the world rather shrewd for one so young. But when would he be able to attain his unassailable position? Some years hence. Would Sophie Zobraska, who was only a few months younger than he, be content to sacrifice these splendid and irretrievable years of her youth? Ursula Winwood looked into the immediate future and did not see it rosy. The first step toward an unassailable position was flight from the nest. This presupposed an income. If the party had been in power, it would not have been difficult to find him a post. She worried herself exceedingly, for in her sweet and unreprehensible way she was more than ever in love with Paul. Meeting Frank Ayres one night at a large reception, she sought his advice. "Do you mind a wrench?" he asked. "No?" "Well, then, you and Colonel Winwood send him about his business and get another secretary. Let Savelli give all his time to his Young England League. Making him mug up material for Winwood's speeches and write letters to constituents about football clubs is using a razor to cut butter. His league's the thing. It can surely afford to pay him a decent salary." "If it can't, I'll see to a guarantee. The last thing we see, my dear Frank," she said after she had thanked him, "is that which is right under our noses." The next day she went to Paul full of the scheme. Had he ever thought of it? He took her hands and smiled in his gay, irresistible way. "Of course, dearest lady," he said frankly, "but I would have cut out my tongue sooner than suggest it." "I know that, my dear boy." "And yet," said he, "I can't bear the idea of tearing myself away from you. It seems like black ingratitude." "It isn't. You forget that James and I have our little ambitions too, the ambition of a master for a favourite pupil. If you were a failure, we should both be bitterly disappointed, don't you see? And as for leaving us, why need you? We should miss you horribly. You've never been quite our paid servant, and now you're something like our son." Tears started in the sweet lady's clear eyes. "Even if you did go to your own chambers, I shouldn't let our new secretary have this room." They were in what the household called the office, really Paul's luxuriously furnished private sitting room, which contained his own little treasures of books and pictures and bits of china and glass accumulated during the 6 years of easeful life. He will have the print room, which nobody uses from one year's end to another, and which is far more convenient for the street door, and the same at Drane's Court. So when you no longer work for us, my dear boy, our home will be yours as long as you're content to stay, just because we love you." Her hand was on his shoulder, and his head was bent. "God grant," said he, "that I may be worthy of your love." He looked up and met her eyes. Her hand was still on his shoulder. Then, very simply, he bent down and kissed her on the cheek. He told his princess all about it. She listened with dewy eyes. "Ah, Paul," she said, "that precious seeing of love, I never had it till you came. I was blind. I never knew that there were such beautiful souls as Ursula Winwood in the world." "Dear, how I love you for saying that," cried Paul. "But it's true." "That is why," said he. So the happiest young man in London worked and danced through the season, knowing that the day of emancipation was at hand. His transference from the Winwoods to the League was fixed for October 1st. He made great plans for an extension of the League's activities, dreamed of a place for headquarters with the banner of St. George flying proudly over it, an object lesson for the nation. One day in July, while he was waiting for Colonel Winwood in the lobby of the House of Commons, Frank Ayres stopped in the middle of a busy rush and shook hands. "Been down to Hickney Heath again? I would if I were you. Rouse 'em up." As the words of a chief whip are apt to be significant, Paul closeted himself with the president of the Hickney Heath Lodge, who called the secretary of the local Conservative Association to the interview. The result was that Paul was invited to speak at an anti-budget meeting convened by the association. He spoke and repeated his success. The Conservative newspapers the next morning gave a résumé of his speech. His Sophie, coming to sign letters in her presidential capacity, brought him the cuttings, a proceeding which he thought adorable. The season ended triumphantly. For a while he lost his princess. She went to Cowes, then to stay with French relations in a chateau in the Dordogne. Paul went off yachting with the Chudleys and returned for the shooting to Drane's Court. In the middle of September the Winwoods' new secretary arrived and received instruction in his duties. Then came the Princess to Morebury Park. "Dearest," she said in his arms, "I never want to leave you again. France is no longer France for me, since I have England in my heart. You remember that, my wonderful princess?" He found her more woman, more expansive, more bewitchingly caressing. Absence had brought her nearer. When she laid her head on his shoulder and murmured in the deep and subtle tones of her own language, "My Paul, it seems such a waste of time to be apart," it took all his pride and will to withstand the maddening temptation. He vowed that the time would soon come when he could claim her, and went away in feverish search for worlds to conquer. Then came October and London once more. Paul was dressing for dinner one evening when a reply-paid telegram was brought to him. "If selected by local committee, will you stand for Hickney Heath? Ayres." He sat on his bed, white and trembling, and stared at the simple question. The manservant stood imperturbable, silver tray in hand, seeing the reply-paid form. He waited for a few moments. "Is there an answer, sir?" Paul nodded, asked for a pencil, and with a shaky hand wrote the reply. "Yes," was all he said. Then with reaction came the thrill of mighty exultation, and throwing on his clothes, he rushed to the telephone in his sitting room. Who first to hear the wondrous news but his princess? That there was a vacancy in Hickney Heath he knew, as all Great Britain knew, for Poynting, the Radical member, had died suddenly the day before. But it had never entered his head that he could be chosen as a candidate. Mais j'ai bien pense, moi, came the voice through the telephone. Why did Lord Francis tell you to go to Hickney Heath last July? How a woman leaps at things! With all his ambition, his astuteness, his political intuition, he had not seen the opportunity. But it had come. Verily, the stars in their courses were fighting for him. Other names, he was aware, were before the committee of the local association. Perhaps a great name suggested by the Central Unionist Organization. There was also that of the former Tory member, who, smarting under defeat at the general election, had taken but a lukewarm interest in the constituency and was now wandering in the Far East. But Paul, confident in his destiny, did not doubt that he would be selected, and then, within the next fortnight, for by-elections during parliamentary session are matters of sweeping swiftness, would come the great battle, the great decisive battle of his life, and he would win. He must win. His kingdom was at stake, the dream kingdom of his life into which he would enter with his loved and won princess on his arm. He poured splendid foolishness through the telephone into an enraptured ear. The lack of sense of proportion is a charge often brought against women. But how often do men, as they should, thank God for it? Here was Sophie Zobraska, reared from childhood in the atmosphere of great affairs, mixing daily with folk who guided the destiny of nations, having 2 years before refused in marriage one of those who held the peace of Europe in his hands, moved to tense excitement of heart and brain and soul by the news that an obscure young man might possibly be chosen to contest a London borough for election to the British Parliament, and thrillingly convinced that now was imminent the great momentous crisis in the history of mankind. With a lack of the same sense of proportion, equal in kind, though perhaps not so passionate in degree, did Miss Winwood receive the world-shaking tidings. She wept, and, thinking Paul a phoenix, called Frank Ayres an angel. Colonel Winwood tugged his long, drooping moustache and said very little, but he committed the astounding indiscretion of allowing his glass to be filled with champagne. Whereupon he lifted it and said, "Here's luck, my dear boy," and somewhat recklessly gulped down the gout-compelling liquid. And after dinner, when Miss Winwood had left them together, he lighted a long Corona instead of his usual stumpy bock, and discussed with Paul electioneering ways and means. For the next day or two Paul lived in a whirl of telephones, telegrams, letters, scurryings across London, interviews, brain-racking questionings, and reiterated declarations of political creed. But this selection was a foregone conclusion. His youth, his absurd beauty, his fire and eloquence, his unswerving definiteness of aim, his magic that had inspired so many with a belief in him and had made him the fortunate youth, captivated the imagination of the essentially unimaginative. Before a committee of wits and poets, Paul perhaps would not have had a dog's chance, but he appealed to the hard-headed merchants and professional men who chose him very much, as the hero of melodrama appeals to a pit and gallery audience. He symbolized to them hope and force and predestined triumph. One or two at first sniffed suspiciously at his lofty ideals, but as there was no mistaking his political soundness, they let the ideals pass as a natural and evanescent aroma. So, in his 30th year, Paul was nominated as Unionist candidate for the borough of Hickney Heath, and he saw himself on the actual threshold of the great things to which he was born. He wrote a little note to Jane telling her the news. He also wrote to Barney Bill. "You dear old Tory, did you ever dream that ragamuffin little Paul was going to represent you in Parliament? Get out the dear old bus and paint it blue with Paul Savelli forever in gold letters, and instead of chairs and mats, hang it with literature, telling what a wonderful fellow P.S. is. And go through the streets of Hickney Heath with it, and say, if you like, 'I know him when he was a nipper, that high,' And if you like to be mysterious and romantic, you can say, I, Barney Bill, gave him his first chance, as you did, my dear old friend, and Paul's not the man to forget it. Oh, Barney, it's too wonderful." His heart went out to the old man. "If I get in, I will tell you something that will knock you flat. It will be the realization of all the silly rubbish I talked in the old brickfield at Bludston. But, dear old friend, it was you and the open road that first set me on the patriotic lay, and there's not a voter in Hickney Heath who can vote as you can, for his own private and particular train candidate." Jane, for reasons unconjectured, did not reply, but from Barney Bill, who, it must be remembered, had leanings toward literature, he received a postcard with the following inscription: "Paul, if I can help you conquer the beastus of Ephesus, I will. Bill." And then began the furious existence of an electioneering campaign. His side had a clear start of the Radicals, who found some hitch in the choice of their candidate. The Young England League leaped into practical enthusiasm over their champion. Seldom has young candidate had so glad a welcome. And behind him stood his Sophie, an inspiring goddess. It so happened that for a date a few days hence had been fixed the annual general meeting of the Forlorn Widows Fund, when report and balance sheet were presented to the society. The control of this organization Paul had not allowed to pass into the alien hands of Townsend, the Winwoods' new secretary. Had not his princess, for the most delicious reasons in the world, been made president? He scorned Ursula Winwood's suggestion that for this year he would allow Townsend to manage affairs. "What!" cried he. "Leave my princess in the lurch on her first appearance? Never!" By telephone he arranged an hour for the next day, when they could all consult together over this important matter. "But, my dear boy," said Miss Winwood, "your time is not your own. Suppose you're detained at Hickney Heath?" "The conqueror," he cried with a gay laugh, "belongs to the detainers, not the detained." She looked at him out of her clear eyes and shook an indulgent head. "I know," said he, meeting her glance shrewdly. "He has got to use his detaining faculty with discretion. I've made a study of the little ways of conquerors. Ally, dearest lady," he burst out suddenly in his impetuous way, "I'm talking nonsense, but I'm so uncannily happy." "It does me good to look at you," she said. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonali Punja. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 17. Paul leaned back in his leather writing chair, smoking a cigarette and focusing the electioneering situation. Beside a sheet of foolscap on which he had been jotting down notes lay in neat piles the typewritten report of the Forlorn Widows Fund, the account book, and the banker's passbook. He had sat up till 3 o'clock in the morning preparing for his princess. Nothing now remained but the formal, examined and found correct report of the auditors. For the moment the Forlorn Widows stood leagues away from Paul's thoughts. He had passed a strenuous day at Hickney Heath, lunching in the committee room on sandwiches and whisky and soda obtained from the nearest tavern, talking, inventing, dictating, writing, playing upon dull minds the flashes of his organizing genius. His committee was held up for the while by a dark rift in the Radical camp. They had not yet chosen their man. Nothing was known save that a certain John Questerhayes, K.C., an eminent Chancery barrister, who had of late made himself conspicuous in the constituency, had been turned down on the ground that he was not sufficiently progressive. Now, for comfort to the Radical, the term progressive licks the blessed word Mesopotamia in a cocked hat. Under the progressive sad-coloured cloak he need not wear the red tie of the socialist. Apparently Mr. Quester Hayes objected to the sad-coloured cloak, the mantle of Elijah M.P., the late member for Hickney Heath. Wanted and Elisha seemed to be the cry of the Radical committee. Paul leaned back, his elbows on the arms of his chair, his fingertips together, a cigarette between his lips, lost in thought. The early November twilight deepened in the room. He was to address a meeting that night. In order to get ready for his speech he had not allowed himself to be detained, and had come home early. His speech had been prepared, but the Radical delay was now a factor of which he might take triumphant advantage. Hence the pencil notes on the sheet of foolscap before him. A manservant came in, turned on the electric light, pulled the curtains together, and saw to the fire. "Tea's in the drawing-room, sir." "Bring me some here in a breakfast cup. Nothing to eat," said Paul. Even his dearest lady could not help him in his meditated attack on the enemy whom the Lord was delivering into his hands. The manservant went away. Presently Paul heard him re-enter the room. The door was at his back. He threw out an impatient hand behind him. "Put it down anywhere, Wilton. I'll have it when I want it." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the man, coming forward, "but it's not the tea. There's a gentleman and a lady and another person would like to see you. I said you were busy, sir, but—" He put the silver salver with its card in front of Paul. Printed on the card was Mr. Silas Finn. In pencil was written Miss Seddon, Mr. William Simmons. Paul looked at the card in some bewilderment. What in the name of politics or friendship were they doing in Portland Place? Not to receive them, however, was unthinkable. "Show them in," said he. Silas Finn, Jane and Barney Bill. It was odd. He laughed and took out his watch. Yes, he could easily give them half an hour or so. But why had they come? He had found time to call once at the house in Hickney Heath since his return to town. And then he had seen Jane and Silas Finn together, and they had talked, as far as he could remember, of the disestablishment of the Anglican Church and the elevating influence of landscape painting on the human soul. Why had they come? It could not be to offer their services during the election, for Silas Finn, in politics, was a fanatical enemy. The visit stirred a lively curiosity. They entered, Mr. Finn in his usual black with many-coloured tie and diamond ring, looking more mournfully grave than ever, Jane wearing an expression half of anxiety and half of defiance, Barney Bill very uncomfortable in his well-preserved best suit, very restless and nervous. They gave the impression of a deputation coming to announce the death of a near relative. Paul received them cordially. But why in the world, thought he, were they all so solemn? He pushed forward chairs. "I got your postcard, Bill. Thanks so much for it." Bill grunted and embraced his hard felt hat. "I ought to have written to you," said Jane, "but—" "She felt restrained by her duty towards me," said Mr. Finn. "I hope you did not think it was discourteous on her part." "My dear sir," Paul laughed, seating himself in his writing chair, while he twisted away from the table, "Jane and I are too old friends for that. In her heart I know she wishes me luck. And I hope you do too, Mr. Finn," he added pleasantly, "although I know you're on the other side." "I'm afraid my principles will not allow me to wish you luck in this election, Mr. Savelli." "Well, well," said Paul, "it doesn't matter. If you vote against me I'll not bear malice." "I'm not going to vote against you, Mr. Savelli. said Mr. Finn, looking at him with melancholy eyes. "I'm going to stand against you." Paul sprang forward in his chair. Here was the fantastic news indeed. "Stand against me? You? You are the Radical candidate?" "Yes." Paul laughed boyishly. "Why, it's capital. I'm awfully glad." "I was asked this morning," said Mr. Finn gravely. "I prayed God for guidance. He answered, and I felt it my duty to come to you at once with our two friends." Barney Bill cocked his head on one side. "I did my best to persuade him not to, Sonny." "But why shouldn't he?" cried Paul courteously, though why he should puzzled him exceedingly. "It is very good of you, Mr. Finn." "I'm sure your side," he went on, "could not have chosen a better man. You are well known in the constituency. I'm jolly lucky to have a man like you as an opponent." "Mr. Savelli," said Mr. Finn, "it was precisely so that we should not be opponents that I have taken this unusual step." "I don't quite understand," said Paul. "Mr. Finn wants you to retire in favour of some other Conservative candidate," said Jane calmly. "Retire? I retire?" Paul looked at her, then at Barney Bill, who nodded his white head, then at Mr. Finn, whose deep eyes met his with a curious tragical mournfulness. The proposal took his breath away. It was crazily preposterous. But for their long faces he would have burst into laughter. "Why on earth do you want me to retire?" he asked good humouredly. "I will tell you," said Mr. Finn, "because you will have God against you." Paul saw a gleam of light in the dark mystery of the visit. "You may believe it, Mr. Finn, but I don't. I believe that my war cry, 'God for England, Savelli and St. George,' is quite as acceptable to the Almighty as yours." Mr. Finn stretched out two hands in earnest deprecation. "Forgive me if I say it, but you don't know what you're talking about. God has not revealed himself to you. He has to me. When my fellow citizens asked me to stand as the Liberal candidate, I thought it was because they knew me to be an upright man who had worked hard on their council, an active apostle in the cause of religion, temperance, and the suppression of vice. I thought I had merely deserved well in their opinion. When I fell on my knees and prayed, the glory of the Lord spread about me, and I knew that they had been divinely inspired. It was revealed to me that this was a divine call to represent the truth in the Parliament of the nation. I remember your saying when I first had the pleasure of meeting you," Paul remarked, with unwonted dryness, "that the kingdom of heaven was not adequately represented in the House of Commons. I have not changed my opinion, Mr. Savelli. The hand of God has guided my business. The hand of God is placing me in the House of Commons to work His will. You cannot oppose God's purpose, Paul Savelli, and that is why I beg you not to stand against me." "You see, he likes yer," interjected Barney Bill, with anxiety in his glittering eyes. "That is why he is doing of it. He says to hisself, says he, 'Here's a young chap what I likes with his first great chance in front of him, with the eyes of the country sot on him. Now if I comes in and smashes him, as I can't help myself from doing, it will be all up with that young chap's glorious career. But if I warns him in time, then he can retire, find an honourable retreat. That's what he wants you to have, an honourable retreat. Isn't that it, Silas?" "Those are the feelings by which I am actuated," said Mr. Finn. Paul stretched himself out in his chair, his ankles crossed, and surveyed his guests. "What do you think of it, Jane?" said he, not without a touch of irony. She had been looking into the fire, her face in profile. Addressed, she turned. "Mr. Finn has your interests very deep at heart," she answered tonelessly. Paul jumped to his feet and laughed his fresh laugh. It was all so comic, so incredible, so mad. Yet none of them appeared to see any humour in the situation. There sat Jane and Barney Bill cowering under the influence of their crazy fishmongering apostle, and there, regarding him with a world of appeal in his sorrowful eyes, sat the apostle himself, bolt upright in his chair, an odd figure with the streaked black and white hair, ascetic face, and methodistico tattersall raiment, and they all seemed to expect him to obey this quaint person's fanatical whimsy. "It's very kind indeed of you, Mr. Finn, to consult my interest in this matter," said he, "and I'm most indebted to you for your consideration. But, as I said before, I have as much reason for believing God to be on my side as you have, and I honestly believe I'm going to win this election, so I certainly won't withdraw. I implore you to do so. I will go on my knees and beseech you," said Mr. Finn, with hands clasped in front of him. Paul looked around. "I'm afraid, Bill," said he, "that this is getting rather painful." "It is painful. It is more than painful. It is horrible. It's ghastly," cried Mr. Finn in sudden shrill crescendo, leaping to his feet. In an instant the man's demeanour had changed. The mournful apostle had become a wild, vibrating creature with flashing eyes and fingers. "Easy now, Silas. Whoa, steady," said Barney Bill. Silas Finn advanced on Paul and clapped his hands on his shoulders and shouted hoarsely, "For the love of God, don't thwart me in this. You can't thwart me. You daren't thwart me. You daren't thwart God." Paul disengaged himself impatiently. The humour had passed from the situation. The man was a lunatic, a religious maniac. Again he addressed Barney Bill. "As I can't convince Mr. Finn of the absurdity of his request, I must ask you to do so for me." "Young man," cried Silas, quivering with passion, "do not speak to God's appointed in your vanity and your arrogance. You of all human beings." Both Jane and Barney Bill closed round him. Jane clutched his arm. "Come away. Do come away." "Steady now, Silas," implored Barney Bill. "You see it's no use. I told you so. Come along." "Leave me alone," shouted Finn, casting them off. "What have I to do with you? It is that young man there who defies God and me." "Mr. Finn," said Paul, very erect, "if I have hurt your feelings I'm sorry. But I fight this election. That's final. The choice no longer rests with me. I'm the instrument of my party. I desired to be courteous in every way, but you must see that it would be useless to prolong this discussion." He moved to the door. "Come away now, for heaven's sake. Can't you realize it's no good?" said Jane, white to the lips. Silas Finn again cast her off and railed and raved at her. "I will not go away," he cried in wild passion. "I will not allow my own son to raise an impious hand against the Almighty." "Lor' lumme," gasped Barney Bill, dropping his hat. "He's done it." There was a silence. Silas Finn stood shaking in the middle of the room, the sweat streaming down his forehead. Paul turned at the door and walked slowly up to him. "Your son? What do you mean?" Jane, with wringing hands and tense, uplifted face, said in a queer, cracked voice, "He promised us not to speak. He has broken his promise." "You broke your sacred word," said Barney Bill. The man's face grew haggard. His passion left him as suddenly as it had seized him. He collapsed, a piteous wreck, looked wide of the three, and threw out his hands helplessly. "I broke my promise. May God forgive me." "That's neither here nor there," said Paul, standing over him. "You must answer my question. What do you mean?" Barney Bill limped a step or two toward him and cleared his throat. "He's quite correct, sonny. Silas Kegworthy is your father right enough." "Kegworthy?" "Yes. Changed his name for business and other reasons." "He?" said Paul, half dazed for the moment, and pointing at Silas Finn. "His name is Kegworthy, and he is my father?" "Yes, sonny. 'Tain't my fault or Jane's. He took his Bible oath he wouldn't tell yer. We was afraid, so we come with him." "Then?" queried Paul, jerking a thumb towards Lancashire. "Polly Kegworthy. Yes, she was yer mother." Paul set his teeth and drew a deep breath, not of air, but of a million sword points. Jane watched him out of frightened eyes. She alone, with her all but lifelong knowledge of him, and with her woman's intuition, realized the death blow that he had received. And when she saw him take it unflinching and standing proud and stern, her heart leaped towards him, though she knew that the woman in the great chased silver photograph frame on the mantelpiece, the great and radiant lady, the high and mighty and beautiful and unapproachable princess, was the woman he loved. Paul touched his father on the wrist and motioned to a chair. "Please sit down. You too, please." He waved a hand and himself resumed his seat in his writing chair. He turned it so that he could rest his elbow on the table and his forehead in his palm. "You claim to be my father," said he. "Barney Bill, in whom I have implicit confidence, confirms it. He says that Mrs. Button is my mother." "She has been dead these 6 years," said Barney Bill. "Why didn't you tell me?" asked Paul. "I didn't think it would interest yer, sonny," replied Barney Bill in great distress. "You see, we conspirated together for you never to know nothing at all about all this. Anyway, she's dead and won't worry you any more." "She was a bad mother to me. She was a memory of terror. I don't pretend to be grieved," said Paul, "any more than I pretend to be overcome by filial emotion at the present moment. But if you are my father, I should be glad to know. In fact, I think I'm entitled to know why you've taken 30 years to reveal yourself. And why," a sudden fury swept him, "why have you come now to play hell with my life?" "It is the will of God," said Silas Finn in deep dejection. Paul snapped 3 or 4 fingers. "Bah!" he cried. "Talk sense. Talk facts. Leave God out of the question for a while. It's blasphemy to connect Him with a sordid business like this. Tell me about myself, my parentage. Let me know where I am." "You are with 3 people as loves you, sonny," said Barney Bill. "What passes in this room will never be known to another soul on earth." "That I swear," said Silas Finn. "You can publish it, broadcast it in every newspaper in England," said Paul. "I'm making no bargains. Good God, I'm asking for nothing but the truth. What use I make of it is my affair. You can do, the 3 of you, what you like. Let the world know. It doesn't matter. It's I that matter, my life and my conscience and my soul that matter." "Don't be too hard upon me," Silas besought him very humbly. "Tell me about myself," said Paul. Silas Finn wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. and covered his eyes with his hand. "That can only mean telling you about myself," he said. "It's raking up a past which I hoped with God's help to bury. I have sinned tonight, and it is my punishment to tell you, and you have a right to know. My father was a porter in Covent Garden Market. My mother I have already mentioned." "Yes, the Sicilian and the barrel organ. I remember," said Paul with a shiver. "I had a hard boyhood, but I rose a little above my class. I educated myself more or less. At last I became assistant in a fishmonger's shop. Our friend Simmons here and I were boys together. We fell in love with the same girl. I married her. Not long afterward she gave way to drink. I found that in all kinds of ways I had mistaken her character. I can't describe your own mother to you. She had a violent temper. So had I. My life was a hell upon earth. One day she goaded me beyond my endurance, and I struck at her with a knife. I meant at the blood-red instant to kill her, but I didn't. I nearly killed her. I went to prison for 3 years. When I came out she had vanished, taking you with her. In prison I found the grace of God, and I vowed it should be my guide through life. As soon as I was free from police supervision, I changed my name. I believe it's a good old Devonshire name. My father came from there. The prison taint hung about it. Then, when I found I could extend a miserable little business I had got together, I changed it again to suit my trade. That's about all." There was a spell of dead silence. The shrunken man, stricken with a sense of his sin of oath-breaking, had spoken without change of attitude, his hand over his eyes. Paul, too, sat motionless, and neither Jane nor Barney Bill spoke. Presently Silas Finn continued. "For years I tried to find my wife and son, but it was not God's will. I have lived with the stain of murder on my soul." His voice sank. "And it has never been washed away. Perhaps it will be in God's good time. And I had condemned my son to a horrible existence, for I knew my wife was not capable of bringing you up in the way of clean living. I was right. Simmons has since told me, and I was crushed beneath the burden of my sins." After a pause he raised a drawn face and went on to tell of his meeting, the year before, with Barney Bill, of whom he had lost track when the prison doors had closed behind him. It had been in one of the fish palaces where Bill was eating. They recognized each other. Barney Bill told his tale, how he had run across Polly Kegworthy after a dozen years' wandering, how for the love of his old friend he had taken Paul, child of astonishing promise, away from Bludston. "Do you remember, Sonny, when I left you alone that night and went to the other side of the brick field? It was to think it out," said Bill, "to think out my duty as a man." Paul nodded. He was listening with death in his heart. The whole fantastic substructure of his life had been suddenly kicked away, and his life was an inchoate ruin. Gone was the glamour of romance, in which, since the day of the cornelian heart, he had his essential being. Up to an hour ago he had never doubted his mysterious birth. No real mother could have pursued an innocent child with Polly Kegworthy's implacable hatred. His passionate repudiation of her had been a cardinal article of his faith. On the other hand, the prince and princess theory he had long ago consigned to the limbo of childish things. But the romance of his birth, the romance of his high destiny, remained a vital part of his spiritual equipment. His looks, his talents, his temperament, his instincts, his dreams had been irrefutable confirmations. His mere honesty, his mere integrity had been based on this fervent and unshakable creed. And now it had gone. No more romance, no more glamour, no more vision splendid now faded into the light of common and sordid day. Outwardly listening, his gay mobile face turned to iron, he lived in a molten intensity of thought, his acute brain swiftly coordinating the ironical scraps of history. He was the son of Polly Kegworthy. So far he was unclean, but hitherto her blood had not manifested itself in him. He was the son of this violent and pathetic fanatic, this ex-convict. He had his eyes, his refined face. Perhaps he inherited from him the artistic temperament. He recalled grimly the daubs of the man's walls, and his poor blind gropings towards artistic self-expression. And all this, the southern handsomeness and southern love of colour, had come from his Sicilian grandmother, the nameless drab, with bright yellow handkerchief over swarthy brows, turning the handle of a barrel organ in the London streets. Instinct had been right in its promptings to assume an Italian name, but the irony of it was the quality that makes your humour in hell. And his very Christian name, Paul, the exotic name which Polly Kegworthy would not have given to a brat of hers, was but a natural one for a Silas to give his son. A Silas born of generations of evangelical peasants. His eyes rested on the photograph of his princess. She, first of all, was gone with the vision. An adventurer he had possibly been, but an adventurer of romance, carried high by his splendid faith and regarding his marriage with the princess but a crowning of his romantic destiny. But now he beheld himself only as a base-born impostor. His princess was gone from his life. Death was in his heart. He saw his familiar, luxurious room as in a dream, and Jane, anxious-eyed, looking into the fire, and Barney Bill a little way off, clutching his hard felt hat against his body. But his eyes were fixed on the strange, many-passioned, unbalanced man who claimed to be, nay, who was his father. "When I first met you that night, my heart went out to you," he was saying. "It overflowed in thankfulness to God that He had delivered you out of the power of the dog, and in His inscrutable mercy had condoned that part of my sin as a father, and had set you in high places." With the fringe of his brain Paul recognized for the first time how he brought into ordinary talk the habits of speech acquired in addressing a Free Zionist congregation. "It was only the self-restraint," Silas continued, "taught me by bitter years of agony and a message from God that it was part of my punishment not to acknowledge you as my son. And what I told you and what Jane told you about him," said Barney Bill. "Remember that, Silas?" "I remember it. It was these influences that kept me silent. But we were drawn together, Paul." He bent forward in his chair. "You liked me, in spite of all our differences of caste and creed. You liked me." "Yes, I was drawn to you," said Paul, and the strange unknown note in his voice caused Jane to glance at him swiftly. "You seem to be a man of many sorrows and deep enthusiasms, and I admit I was in close sympathy with you." He paused, not moving from his right attitude, and then went on. "What you have told me of your sufferings, and I know with awful knowledge the woman who was my mother, has made me sympathize with you all the more. But to express that sympathy in any way, you must give me time. I said you had played hell with my life. It is true. One of these days I may be able to explain. Not now. There's no time. We are caught up in the wheels of an inexorable political machine. I addressed my party in the constituency tonight. It was a cold intelligence that spoke. And once more Jane flashed a half-frightened glance at him. What I shall say to them in view of all this, I don't quite know. I must have half an hour to think. I know I ought not to interfere, Paul, said Jane, but you mustn't blame Mr. Finn too much. Although he differs from you in politics and so on, he loves you and is proud of you, as we all are, and looks forward to your great career. I know it only too well. And now he has this deep conviction that he has a call from on high to ruin your career at the very beginning. Do understand, Paul, that he feels himself in a very terrible position." "I do," said Mr. Finn. "God knows, if it weren't for his command, I should myself withdraw." "I appreciate your position perfectly," replied Paul, "but that doesn't relieve me of my responsibilities." Silas Finn rose and locked the fingers of both hands together and stood before Paul with appealing eyes. "My son, after what I have said, you are not going to stand against me?" Paul rose too. A sudden craze of passion swept him. "My country has been my country for 30 years. You have been my father for 5 minutes. I stand by my country." Silas Finn turned away and waved a haphazard hand. "I must stand by my God." "Very well. That brings us to our original argument. Political foes, private friends." Silas turned again and looked into the young man's hand. "But father and son, Paul?" "All the more honourable. There will be no mud throwing. The cleanest election of the century." The elder man again covered his face with both hands, and his black and white streaked hair fell over his fingers, and the great diamond in his ring flashed oddly. He rocked his head for a while to and fro. "I had a call," he wailed. "I had a call. I had a call from God. It was clear. It was absolute. But you don't understand these things. His will must prevail. It was terrible to think of crushing your career, my only son's career. I brought these two friends to help me persuade you not to oppose me. I did my best, Paul. I promised them not to resort to the last argument. But flesh is weak. For the first time since, you know, the knife, your mother, I lost self-control. I shall have to answer for it to my God." He stretched out his arms and looked haggardly at Paul. "But it is God's will. It is God's will that I should voice His blessings to the Empire. Paul, Paul, my beloved son, you cannot flout Almighty God." "Your God doesn't happen to be my God," said Paul, once more suspicious, and now hideously so of religious mania. "And possibly the real God is somebody else's God altogether. Anyway, England is the only God I've got left, and I'm going to fight for her." The door opened and Wilton, the manservant, appeared. He looked round. "I beg your pardon, sir." Paul crossed the room. "What is it?" "Her Highness, sir," he said in his well-trained low voice, "and the Colonel and Miss Winwood. I told them you were engaged, but they've been waiting for over half an hour, sir." Paul drew himself up. "Why did you not tell me before? Her Highness is not to be kept waiting. Present my respectful compliments to Her Highness, and ask her and Colonel and Miss Winwood to have the kindness to come upstairs." "We had better go," cried Jane in sudden fear. "No," said he. "I want you all to stay." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonali Punja. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 18. In the tense silence of the few moments of waiting, Paul passed from the boy to whom the earth had been a fairyland to the man grappling with great realities. In those few moments he lived through his past life and faced an adumbration of the future. The door was thrown open and the princess appeared, smiling, happy, a black ostrich feather in her hat and a sable stole hanging loose from her shoulders, a great, radiant lady. Behind her came the colonel and Ursula Winwood. Paul bent over the princess's outstretched hand. "A thousand pardons for keeping you waiting. I did not know you had come. I was engaged with my friends. May I have the honor of presenting them? Princess, this is Mr. Silas Finn, the managing director of Fish Palaces Limited. These are two very dear friends, Miss Seddon, Mr. Simmons. Miss Winwood, Colonel Winwood, may I?" He waved an introductory hand. The princess bowed. Then, struck by their unsmiling faces and by Paul's strange manner, turned to him quickly. "Qu'est-ce qu'il a?" "Je vais vous le dire." He pushed a chair. She sat down. Ursula Winwood sat in Paul's writing chair. The others remained standing. Mr. Finn called to inform me that he had been adopted as the Liberal candidate for Hickney Heath. "My felicitations," said the princess. Silas bowed to her gravely and addressed Colonel Winwood. "We have been, sir, Mr. Savelli and I, for some time on terms of personal friendship in the constituency." I see," replied the colonel, though he was somewhat puzzled. "Very polite and friendly, I'm sure." "Mr. Finn also urges me to withdraw my candidature," said Paul. The princess gave a little incredulous laugh. Ursula Winwood rose and with a quick protective step drew nearer Paul. Colonel Winwood frowned. "Withdraw? In heaven's name, why?" Silas Finn tugged at his black and white streaked beard and looked at his son. "Need we go into it again? There are religious reasons which perhaps, Madame," Silas addressed the princess, "you might misunderstand. Mr. Savelli possibly thinks I'm a fanatic. I can't help it. I have warned him. That is enough. Good-bye, Mr. Savelli." He held out his hand, but Paul did not take it. "You forget, Mr. Finn, that I asked you to stay." He clutched the sides of his jacket till his knuckles grew white, and he set his teeth. "Mr. Finn has another reason for wishing me not to oppose him." "The reason you need never give," cried Silas in a loud voice and starting forward. "You know that I make no claims whatsoever." "I know that," said Paul coolly, "but I am going to give it all the same." He paused, held up his hand and looked at the princess. "Mr. Silas Finn happens to be my father." "Good God!" gasped the colonel after a flash of silence. The princess caught a quick breath and sat erect in her chair. "Votre père, Paul?" "Yes, Princess. Until half an hour ago I did not know it. Never in my life did I know that I had a father living. My friends there can bear witness that what I say is true." "But, Paul, dear," said Miss Winwood, laying her kind fingers on his arm and searching his face, "you told us that your parents were dead and that they were Italians." "I lied," replied Paul calmly. "But I honestly believed the woman who was my mother not to be my mother. And I had never heard of my father. I had to account for myself to you. Your delicacy, Miss Winwood, enabled me to invent as little as possible." "But your name, Savelli?" "I took it when I went on the stage. I had a few years' obscure and unsuccessful struggle. You will remember I came to you starving and penniless." The Princess grew white, and her delicate nostrils quivered. Monsieur, votre père," she checked herself. "And your father? What do you say he is?" Paul motioned to Silas to speak. "I, madame," said the latter, "am a self-made man, and by the establishment of fried fish shops all over London and the great provincial towns have, by the grace of God, amassed a considerable fortune." "Fried fish?" said the Princess in a queer voice. Silas looked at her out of his melancholy and unhumorous eyes. "Yes, madame." "I have also learned," said Paul, "that my grandmother was a Sicilian who played the street organ. Hence my Italian blood." Jane, standing by the door with Barney Bill, most agonized of old men, wholly nervous, twisting with gnarled fingers the broken rim of his hard-felt hat, turned aside so that no one but Bill should see a sudden gush of tears, for she had realized how drab and unimportant she was in the presence of the great and radiant lady. Also how the great and radiant lady was the God-sent mate for Paul. Never so great a man as now, when he was cutting out his heart for truth's sake. "I should like to tell you what my life has been," continued Paul, "in the presence of those who know it already. That's why I asked them to stay. Until an hour ago I lived in dreams. In my own fashion I was an honest man. But now I've got this knowledge of my origin. The dreams are swept away and I stand naked to myself. If I left you, Miss Winwood and Colonel Winwood, who have been so good to me, and Her Highness, who has deigned to honour me with her friendship, in a moment's doubt as to my antecedents, I should be an impostor." "No, no, my boy," said Colonel Winwood, who was standing with his hands deep in trouser pockets and his head bent, staring at the carpet. "No words like that in this house. Besides, why should we want to go into all this?" He had the Englishman's detestation of unpleasant explanations. Ursula Winwood supported him. "Yes, why?" she asked. "But it would be very interesting," said the Princess slowly, cutting her words. Paul met her eyes, which she had hardened, and saw beneath them pain and anger and wounded pride and repulsion. For a second he allowed an agonized appeal to flash through his. He knew that he was deliberately killing the love in her heart. He felt the monstrous cruelty of it. A momentary doubt shook him. Was he justified? A short while ago she had entered the room, her face alight with love. Now her face was as stern and cold as his own. Had he the right to use the knife like this? Then certainty came. It had to be. The swifter the better. She of all human beings must no longer be deceived. Before her, at supreme cost, he must stand clean. "It is not very interesting," said he, "and it's soon told. I was a ragged boy in a slum in a Lancashire town. I slept on sacking in a scullery and very seldom had enough to eat. The woman whom I didn't think was my mother ill-treated me. I gather now that she hated me because she hated my father. She deserted him when I was a year old and disappeared. She never spoke of him. I don't know exactly how old I am. I chose a birthday at random. As a child I worked in a factory. You know what child labour in factories was some years ago. I might have been there still, if my dear old friend there hadn't helped me when I was 13 to run away. He used to go through the country in a van selling mats and chairs. He brought me to London and found me a lodging with Miss Seddon's mother. So Miss Seddon and I were children together. I became an artist's model. When I grew too old for that to be a dignified occupation, I went on the stage. Then one day, starving and delirious, I stumbled through the gates of Drane's Court and fell at Miss Winwood's feet. That's all." "Since we have begun, we may as well finish and get it over," said Colonel Winwood, still with bent head, but looking at Paul from beneath his eyebrows. "When and how did you come across this gentleman who you say is your father?" Paul told the story in a few words. "And now that you have heard everything," said he, "would you think me justified in withdrawing my candidature?" "Certainly not," said the Colonel. "You've got your duty to the party." "And you, Miss Winwood?" "Can you ask? You have your duty to the country." "And you, Princess?" She met his challenging eyes and rose in a stately fashion. "I am not equal to these complications of English politics, Mr. Savelli," she said. She held herself very erect, but her lips trembled and tears were very near her eyes. She turned to Miss Winwood and held out her hand. "I'm afraid we must postpone our discussion of the forlorn widows. It's getting late. Au revoir, Colonel Winwood." "I will see you to your carriage." On the threshold she turned, included Paul in a vague bow to the company, and passed through the door which Colonel Winwood held open. Paul watched her until she disappeared haughtily out of his life, taking his living heart with her, leaving him with a stone very heavy, very cold, dead. And he was smitten as with a great darkness. He remained quite still for a few moments after the door had closed. Then, with a sudden jerk, he drew himself up. "Mr. Finn," said he, "as I have told you, I address my first meeting tonight. I am going to make public the fact that I am your son." Silas put his hand to his head and looked at him wildly. "No, no," he muttered hoarsely. "No." "I see no reason," said Miss Winwood gently. "I see every reason," said Paul. "I must live in the light now. The truth or nothing." "Then obey your conscience, Paul," she answered. But Silas came forward with his outstretched hand. "You can't do it. You can't do it, I tell you. It's impossible." "Why?" He replied in an odd voice and with a glance at Miss Winwood. "I must tell you afterwards." "I will leave you," she said. "Mr. Finn," she shook hands with him, "I hope you're proud of your son." And then she shook hands with Jane and Barney Bill. "I'm glad to meet such old friends of Paul." And to Paul, as he held the door open, she said, her clear kind eyes full on him, "Remember, we want men in England." "Thank God we've got women," said he, with lips from which he could not keep a sudden quiver. He closed the door and came up to his father, standing on the hearth rug. "And now, why shouldn't I speak? Why shouldn't I be an honest man instead of an impostor?" "Out of pity for me, my son." "Pity? Why, what harm would it do to you? There's nothing dishonourable in father and son fighting an election." He laughed without mirth. "It's what some people would call sporting. As for me, personally, I don't see why you should be ashamed of owning me. My record is clean enough." "But mine isn't, Paul," said Silas mournfully. For the first time Paul bowed his head. "I am sorry," said he. "I forgot." Then he raised it again. "But that's all over and buried in the past." "It may be unburied." "How?" "Don't you see?" cried Jane. "Even I can. If you spring your relationship upon the public, it will create an enormous sensation. It will set the place on fire with curiosity. They will dig up everything they can about you, everything they can about him. Oh, Paul, don't you see?" "It's up agin a man, Sonny," said Barney Bill, limping towards them. "It's up agin a candidate, you understand, him not being a Fenian or an Irish patriot, that he's been in jail." Penal servitude ain't a nice state of life to be reminded of, sonny. Whereas if you leaves things as they is, nobody's going to ask no questions." "That's my point," said Silas Finn. Paul looked from one to another darkly. In a kind of dull, fierce passion he had made up his mind to clear himself before the world, to rend to tatters his garments of romance, to snap his fingers at the stars and destiny and such like deluding toys, to stand as young Ajax defying the thunderbolts. Here came the first check. If they found out as how he had done time, they'd find out why, said Bill, cocking his head earnestly. As Paul, engaged in somber thought, made no reply, Silas turned away, his hands uplifted in supplication, and prayed aloud. He had sinned in giving way to his anger. He prostrated himself before the divine vengeance. If this was his apportioned punishment, might God give him meekness and strength to bear it. The tremulous crying voice, the rapt fanatical face, and the beseeching attitude struck a bizarre note in the comfortable and worldly room. Supported on either side by Jane, helpless and anxious, and Barney Bill, crooked, wrinkled, with his close-cropped white hair and little liquid diamond eyes still nervously tearing his hat brim, he looked almost grotesque. To Paul he seemed less a man than a creation of another planet, with unknown and incalculable instincts and impulses, who had come to earth and with foolish hand had wiped out the meaning of existence. Yet he felt no resentment, but rather a weary pity for the stranger blundering through an unsympathetic world. As soon as there came a pause in the prayer, he said, not ungently, "The Almighty is not going to use me as an instrument to punish you if I can help it. I quite appreciate your point. I'll say nothing." Barney Bill jerked his thumb towards the chair where the Princess had been sitting. "She won't give it away?" Paul smiled sadly. "No, old man. She'll keep it to herself." That marked the end of the interview. Paul accompanied the three downstairs. "I meant to act for the best, Paul," said Silas piteously on parting. "Tell me that I haven't made you my enemy." "God forbid," said Paul. He went slowly up to his room again and threw himself in his writing chair. His eye fell upon the notes on the sheet of foolscap. The Radical candidate having been chosen, they were no longer relevant to his speech. He crumpled up the paper and threw it into the waste paper basket. His speech! He held his head in both hands. A couple of hours hence he would be addressing a vast audience, the centre of the hopes of thousands of his fellow countrymen. The thought beat upon his brain. He had had the common nightmare of standing with conductor's baton in front of a mighty orchestra and being paralyzed by sense of impotence. No less a nightmare was his present position. A couple of hours ago he was athrill with confidence and joy of battle. But then he was a different man. The morning stars, the stars of his destiny, sang together in the ever-deepening glamour of the vision splendid. He was entering into the lists of Camelot to fight for his princess. He was the mysterious knight, parented in a fairy far Avilion, the fortunate youth, the awakener of England. Now he was but a base-born young man who had attained a high position by false pretences, an ordinary adventurer with a glib tongue, a self-educated, self-seeking, commonplace fellow. At least, so he saw himself in his princess's eyes. And he had meant that she should thus behold him. No longer was he entering lists to fight for her. For what hopeless purpose was he entering them? To awaken England? The awakener must have his heart full of dreams and visions and glamour and joy and throbbing life. And in his heart there was death. He drew out the little cornelian talisman at the end of his watch chain and looked at it bitterly. It was but a mocking symbol of illusion. He unhooked it and laid it on the table. He would carry it about with him no longer. He would throw it away. Ursula Winwood quietly entered the room. "You must come down and have something to eat before the meeting." Paul rose. "I don't want anything, thank you, Miss Winwood. But James and I do. So come and join us." "Are you coming to the meeting?" he asked in surprise. "Of course." She lifted her eyebrows. "Why not?" "After what you have heard?" "All the more reason for us to go." She smiled as she had smiled on that memorable evening 6 years ago, when she had stood with the horrible pawn ticket in her hand. "James has to support the party. I have to support you. James will do the same as I in a day or two. Just give him time. His mind doesn't work very quickly, not as quickly as a woman's. Come," she said. "When we have a breathing space you can tell me all about it. But in the meantime I'm pretty sure I understand." "How can you?" he asked wearily. "You have other traditions." "I don't know about traditions. But I don't give my love and take it away again. I set rather too much value on it. I understand because I love you. Others with the same tradition can't understand." "I'm not proposing to marry you," she said bluntly. "That makes a difference." "It does," said he, meeting her eyes unflinchingly. "If you weren't a brave man I shouldn't say such a thing to you. Anyhow, I understand you're the last man in the world who should take me for a fool." "My God," said Paul in a choky voice. "What can I do to thank you?" "Win the election." "You are still my dearest lady. My very, very dearest lady," said he. Her shrewd eyes fell upon the cornelian heart. She picked it up and held it out to him on her plump palm. "Why have you taken this off your watch chain?" "It is a false god," said he. "It is the first thing you asked for when you recovered from your illness. You said you had kept it since you were a tiny boy. See, I remember. You set great value on it then." "I believed in it," said Paul. "And now you don't? But a woman gave it to you." "Yes," said Paul, wondering in his masculine way how the deuce she knew that. "I was a brat of 11. "Then keep it. Put it on your chain again. I'm sure it's a true little god. Take it back to please me." As there was nothing, from lapping up Isel to killing a crocodile, that Paul would not have done in the fullness of his wondering gratitude for his dearest lady, he meekly attached the heart to his chain and put it in his pocket. "I must tell you," said he, "that the lady she seemed a goddess to me then chose me as her champion in a race of urchins at a Sunday school treat. And I didn't win. But she gave me the cornelian heart as a prize." "But as my champion you will win," said Miss Winwood. "My dear boy," she said, and her eyes grew very tender as she laid her hand on the young man's arm. "Believe what an old woman is telling you is true. Don't throw away any little shred of beauty you've ever had in your life. The beautiful things are really the true ones, though they may seem to be illusions. Without the trinket or what it stood for, would you be here now?" "I don't know," replied Paul. "I might have taken a more honest road to get here." "We took you to ourselves as a bright human being, Paul, not for what you might or might not have been. By the way, what have you decided as regards to making public the fact of your relationship?" "My father, for his own reasons, has urged me not to do so." Miss Winwood drew a long breath. "I'm glad to hear it," she said. So Paul, comforted by one woman's amazing loyalty, went out that evening and addressed his great meeting. But the roar of applause that welcomed him echoed through void spaces of his being. He felt neither thrill nor fear. The speech prepared by the Fortunate Youth was delivered by a stranger to it, glowing and dancing eloquence. The words came trippingly enough, but the informing spirit was gone. Those in the audience, familiar with the magic of his smile, were disappointed. The soundness of his policy satisfied the hard-headed, but he made no appeal to the imaginative. If his speech did not fall flat, it was not the clarion voice that his supporters had anticipated. They whispered together with depressed head-shakings. Their man was not in form. He was nervous. What he said was right enough, but his utterance lacked fire. It carried conviction to those already convinced, but it could make no proselytes. Had they been mistaken in their choice? Too young a man. Hadn't he bitten off a hunk greater than he could chew? So the inner ring of local politicians. An election audience, however, brings its own enthusiasms, and it must be a very dull dog indeed who damps their ardour. They cheered prodigiously when Paul sat down, and a crowd of zealots waiting outside the building cheered him again as he drove off. But Paul knew that he had been a failure. He had delivered another man's speech. Tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and even afterwards, if he held to the political game, he would have to speak in his own new person. What kind of a person would the new Paul be? He drove back almost in silence, with the Colonel and Miss Winwood vainly seeking to solve the problem. The foundations of his life had been swept away. His foot rested on nothing solid save his own manhood. That no shock should break down. He would fight. He would win the election. He set his lips in grim determination. If life held no higher meaning, it at least offered this immediate object for existence. Besides, he owed the most strenuous effort of his soul to the devoted and loyal woman whose face he saw dimly opposite. Afterwards, come what might, the truth at any rate. Magna est veritas, et praevalebi, pravalebi. These were braver oaths and valorous protestations. But when their light supper was over and Colonel Winwood had retired, Ursula Winwood lingered in the dining room, her heart aching for the boy who looked so stern and haggard. She came behind him and touched his hair. "Poor boy," she murmured. Then Paul, he was very young, barely 30, broke down, as perhaps she meant that he should, and elbows sprawling amid the disarray of the meal, poured out all the desolation of his soul, and for the first time cried out in anguish for the woman he had lost. So, as love lay a bleeding, mortally pierced, Ursula Winwood wept unaccustomed tears and with tender fingers strove to staunch the wound. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Treader. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 19. Days of strain followed. Days of 1,000 engagements, 1,000 interviews, 1,000 journeyings, 1,000 speeches. Days in which he was reduced to an unresisting automation, mechanically uttering the same formulas. Days in which the irresistible force of the campaign swept him along without volition. And day followed day, and not a sign came from the Princess Zobraska, either of condonation or resentment. It was as though she had gathered her skirts around her and gone disdainfully out of his life for ever. If speaking were to be done, it was for her to speak. Paul could not plead. It was he who, in a way, had cast her off. In effect he had issued the challenge. I am a child of the gutter, an adventurer masquerading under a historical name. And you are a royal princess. Will you marry me now? She had given her answer, by walking out of the room, her proud head in the air. It was final, as far as he was concerned. He could do nothing, not even beg his dearest lady to plead for him. Besides, rumour had it that the princess had cancelled her town engagements and gone to Morebury. So he walked in cold and darkness, uninspired, and though he worked with feverish energy, the heart and purpose of his life were gone. As in his first speech, so in his campaign, he failed. He had been chosen for his youth, his joyousness, his magnetism, his radiant promise of great things to come. He went about the constituency an anxious, haggard man, working himself to death without being able to awaken a spark of emotion in the heart of anybody. He lost ground daily. On the other hand, Silas Finn, with his enthusiasms and his aspect of an inspired prophet, made alarming progress. He swept the multitude. Paul Savelli, the young man of the social movement, had an army of helpers, members of Parliament making speeches, friends on the Unionist press writing flamboyant leaders, fair ladies in automobiles hunting for voters through the slums of Hickney Heath. Silas Finn had scarcely a personal friend. But hope reigned among his official supporters, whereas depression began to descend over Paul's brilliant host. "They want stirring up a bit," said the Conservative agent despondingly. "I hear old Finn's meetings go with a bang. They nearly raised the roof off last night. We want some roof raising on this side." "I do my best," said Paul coldly. But the reproach cut deep. He was a failure. No nervous or intellectual effort could save him now, though he spent himself to the last heartbeat. He was the sport of a mocking will-o'-the-wisp which he had taken for destiny. Once on coming out of his headquarters he met Silas, who was walking up the street with 2 or 3 of his committee men. In accordance with the ordinary amenities of English political life, the 2 candidates shook hands, and withdrew a pace or 2 aside to chat for a while. This was the first time they had come together since the afternoon of revelation, and there was a moment of constraint during which Silas tugged at his streaked beard and looked with mournful wistfulness at his son. "I wish I was not your opponent, Paul," he said in a low voice, so as not to be overheard. "That doesn't matter a bit," Paul replied courteously. "I see you're putting up an excellent fight. It's the Lord's battle. If it weren't, do you think I would not let you win?" The same old cry. Through sheer repetition, Paul began almost to believe in it. He felt very wary. In his father's eyes he recognized, with a pang, the glow of a faith which he had lost. Their likeness struck him, and he saw himself, his old self, beneath the unquestioning, though sorrowful eyes. "That's the advantage of a belief in the Almighty's personal interest," he answered with a touch of irony. "Whatever happens, one is not easily disillusioned." "That is true, my son," said Silas. "Jane is well?" Paul asked, after an instant's pause, breaking off the profitless discussion. "Very well. And Barney Bill?" "He upbraids me bitterly for what I have said." Paul smiled at the curiously stilted phrase. "Tell him from me not to do it. My love to them both." They shook hands again, and Paul drove off in the motor car that had been placed at his disposal during the election, and Silas continued his sober walk with his committee men up the muddy street. Whereupon Paul conceived a sudden hatred for the car. It was but the final artistic touch to this comedy of mockery of which he had been the victim. Perhaps God was on his father's side after all, on the side of them who humbly walked and not of them who rode in proud chariots. But his political creed, his sociological convictions rose in protest. How could the Almighty be in league with all that was subversive of social order, all that was destructive to imperial cohesion, all that which inevitably tended to England's downfall? He turned suddenly to his companion, the Conservative agent. "Do you think God has common sense?" The agent, not being versed in speculations regarding the attributes of the Deity, stared, then, disinclined to commit himself, took refuge in platitude. "God moves in a mysterious way, Mr. Savelli." "That's rot," said Paul. "If there's an Almighty he must move in a common sense way, otherwise the whole of this planet would have busted up long ago. Do you think it's common sense to support the present government?" "Certainly not," said the agent fervently. "Then if God supported it, it wouldn't be common sense on his part. It would be merely mysterious." "I see what you're driving at," said the agent. "Our opponent undoubtedly has been making free with the name of the Almighty in his speeches. As a matter of fact, he's rather crazy on the subject. I don't think it would be a bad move to make a special reference to it. It's all damn hypocrisy. There's a chap in the old French play, what's his name? Tartuffe? That's it. Well, there you are. That speech of his yesterday, now why don't you take it and wring religiosity and hypocrisy and Tartuffism out of it? You know how to do that sort of thing. You can score tremendously. I never thought of it before. By George, you can get him in the neck if you like." "But I don't like," said Paul. "I happen to know that Mr. Finn is sincere in his convictions." "But, my dear sir, what does his supposed sincerity matter in political contest?" "It's the difference between dirt and cleanliness," said Paul. "Besides, as I told you at the outset, Mr. Finn and I are close personal friends, and I have the highest regard for his character. He has seen that his side is scrupulously refrained from personalities with regard to me, and I insist on the same observance with regard to him. With all due deference to you, Mr. Savelli, you were called only the day before yesterday the spoiled darling of the Duchess boudoir. It wasn't with Mr. Finn's cognizance. I've found that out." "Well," said the agent, leaning back in the luxurious limousine, "I don't see why somebody without your cognizance shouldn't call Mr. Finn the spoiled minion of the Almighty's antechamber. That's a devilish good catch phrase," he added, starting forward in the joy of his newborn epigram. "Devilish good. The spoiled minion of the Almighty's antechamber. It'll become historical." "If it does," said Paul, "it will be associated with the immediate retirement of the Conservative candidate." "Do you really mean that?" It was Paul's turn to start forward. "My dear Wilson," said he, "if you or anybody else thinks I'm a man to talk through his hat, I'll retire at once. I don't care a damn about myself, not a little tuppenny damn. What the devil does it matter to me whether I get into Parliament or not? Nothing. Not a tuppenny damn. You can't understand. It's the party and the country. For myself, personally, the whole thing can go to blazes. I'm in earnest, dead earnest," he continued with a vehemence incomprehensible to Wilson. "If anybody doesn't think so, I'll clear out at once." He snapped his fingers. "But while I'm candidate everything I say I mean. I mean it intensely, with all my soul. And I say that if there's a single insulting reference to Mr. Finn during this election, you'll be up against the wreck of your own political career." The agent watched the workings of his candidate's dark, clear-cut face. He was very proud of his candidate, and found it difficult to realize that there were presumably sane people who would not vote for him on sight. A lingering memory of grammar school days flashed on him when he told his wife later of the conversation, and he likened Paul to a wrathful Apollo. Anxious to appease the god, he said humbly, "It was the merest of suggestions, Mr. Savelli. Heaven knows we don't want to descend to personalities, and your retirement would be an unqualifiable disaster. But, you'll pardon my mentioning it, you began this discussion by asking me whether the Almighty had common sense. Well, has he or not?" "Of course," said Wilson. "Then we're going to win this election," said Paul. If he could have met enthusiasm with enthusiasm, all would have been well. The Awakener of England could have captivated hearts by glowing pictures of a great and glorious future. It would have been a counterblaze to that lit by his opponent, which flamed in all the effulgence of a reckless reformer's promise, revealing a utopia in which there would be no drunkenness, no crime, no poverty, and in which the rich, apparently, would have to work very hard in order to support the poor in comfortable idleness. But beyond proving fallacies, Paul could do nothing. And even then, has there ever been a mob since the world began susceptible to logical argument? So all through the wintry days of the campaign Silas Finn carried his fiery cross through the constituency, winning frenzied adherents, while Paul found it hard to rally the faithful round the drooping standard of St. George. The days went on. Paul addressed his last meeting on the eve of the poll. By a supreme effort he regained some of his former fire and eloquence. He drove home exhausted, and going straight to bed slept like a dog till morning. The servant who woke him brought a newspaper to the bedside. "Something to interest you, sir." Paul looked at the headline indicated by the man. "Hickney Heath election. Liberal candidate's confession. Extraordinary scene." He glanced hurriedly down the column, and read with amazement and stabbing pain the matter that was of interest. The worst had happened, the thing which during all his later life Silas Finn had feared. The spectre of the prison had risen up against him. Towards the end of Silas Finn's speech, at his last great meeting, a man, sitting in the body of the hall near the platform, got up and interrupted him. "What about your own past life? What about your 3 years' penal servitude?" All eyes were turned from the man, a common-looking, evil man, to the candidate, who staggered as if he had been shot, caught at the table behind him for support and stared into the grey-faced terror. There was an angry tumult, and the interrupter would have fared badly, but for Silas Finn holding up his hand and imploring silence. "I challenge the candidate to deny," said the man as soon as he could be heard, "that his real name is Silas Kegworthy, and that he underwent 3 years' penal servitude for murderously assaulting his wife." Then the candidate braced himself and said, "The bare facts are true, but I have lived stainlessly in the fear of God and in the service of humanity for 30 years. I have sought absolution for a moment of mad anger under awful provocation, in unremitting prayer, and in trying to save the souls and raise the fortunes of my fellow men. Is that all you have against me?" "That's all," said the man. "It is for you, electors of Hickney Heath, to judge me." He sat down amid tumultuous cheers, and the man who had interrupted him, after some rough handling, managed to make his escape. The chairman then put a vote of confidence in the candidate, which was carried by acclamation, and the meeting broke up. Such were the essential facts in the somewhat highly coloured newspaper story which Paul read in stupefied horror. He dressed quickly and went to his sitting room, where he rang up his father's house on the telephone. Jane's voice met his ear. "It's Paul speaking," he replied. "I've just this moment read of last night. I'm shaken to my soul. How is my father?" "He is greatly upset," came the voice. "He didn't sleep all night, and he's not at all well this morning. Oh, it was a cruel, cowardly blow." "Dastardly! Do you know who it was?" "No. Don't you?" "I? Does either of you think that I "No, no," came the voice, now curiously tearful. "I didn't mean that. I forgot you've not had time to find out." "Who does he think it was? Some old fellow prisoner who had a grudge against him?" "Were you at the meeting?" "Yes. Oh, Paul, it was splendid to see him face the audience. He spoke so simply and with such sorrowful dignity. He had their sympathy at once, but it has broken him. I'm afraid he'll never be the same man again. After all these years it's dreadful." "It's all that's damnable. It's tragic. Give him my love, and tell him that words can't express my sorrow and indignation." He rang off. Almost immediately Wilson was announced. He came into the room radiant. "You were right about the divine commonsensicality," said he. "The Lord has delivered our adversity into our hands with a vengeance." He was a chubby little man of 40, with coarse black hair and scrubby moustache, not of the type that readily appreciates the delicacies of a situation. Paul conceived a sudden loathing for him. "I would give anything for it not to have happened," he said. Wilson opened his eyes. "Why? It's our salvation. An ex-convict? It's enough to damn any candidate. But we want to make sure. Now I've got an idea." Paul turned on him angrily. "I'll have no capital made out of it whatsoever. It's a foul thing to bring such an accusation up against a man who has lived a spotless life for 30 years. Everything in me goes out in sympathy with him, and I'll let it be known all through the constituency." "If you take it that way," said Wilson, "there's no more to be done." "Then there's nothing to be done, except to find out who put up the man to make the announcement." "He did it on his own," Wilson replied warmly. "None of our people would resort to a dirty trick like that." "And yet you want me to take advantage of it now it's done. That's quite a different matter." "I can't see much difference," said Paul. So Wilson, seeing that his candidate was more unmanageable than ever, presently departed, and Paul sat down to breakfast. But he could not eat. He was both stricken with shame and moved to the depths by immense pity. Far removed from him as Silas Finn was in mode of life and ideals, he found much in common with his father. Each had made his way from the slum, each had been guided by an inner light. Was Silas Finn's fantastic belief less of an ignis fatuus than his own? Each had sought to get away from a past. Each was a child of Ishmael. Each, in his own way, had lived romantically. Whatever resentment against his father lingered in his heart now melted away. He was very near him. The shame of the prison struck him as it had struck the old man. He saw him bow down under the blow, and he clenched his hands in a torture of anger and indignation. And to crown all came the intolerable conviction, in the formation of which Wilson's triumphant words had not been necessary, that if he won the election it would be due to this public dishonouring of his own father. He walked about the room in despair, and at last halted before the mantelpiece, on which still stood the photograph of the Princess in its silver frame. Suddenly He remembered that he had not told her of this incident in his family history. She too would be reading her newspaper this morning. He saw her proud lips curl. The son of a jailbird. He tore the photograph from its frame and threw it into the fire and watched it burn. As the paper withered under the heat, the lips seemed to twist into sad reproach. He turned away impatiently. That romantic madness was over and done with. He had far sterner things to do than shriek his heart out over a woman in an alien star. He had his life to reconstruct in the darkness, threatening and mocking. But at last he had truth for a foundation. On that he would build in defiance of the world. In the midst of these fine thoughts it occurred to him that he had hidden the prison episode in his father's career from the Winwoods as well as from the Princess. His cheeks flushed. It was one more strain on the loyalty of these dear devoted friends. He went downstairs and found the Colonel and Miss Winwood in the dining room. Their faces were grave. He came to them with outstretched arms, a familiar gesture, one doubtless inherited from his Sicilian ancestry. "You see what has happened. I knew all the time. I didn't tell you. You must forgive me." "I don't blame you, my boy," said Colonel Winwood. "It was your father's secret. You had no right to tell us." "We're very grieved, dear, for both your sakes," Ursula added. "James has taken the liberty of sending round a message of sympathy." As ever, these two had gone to a point beyond his anticipation of their loyalty. He thanked them simply. "It's hateful," said he, "to think I may win the election on account of this. It's loathsome." He shuddered. "I quite agree with you," said the Colonel. "But in politics one has often to put up with hateful things in order to serve one's country. That's the sacrifice a high-minded man is called upon to make." "Besides," said Miss Winwood, "let us hope it won't affect votes. All the papers say that the vote of confidence was passed amid scenes of enthusiasm." Paul smiled. They understood. A little while later they drove off with him to his committee room in the motor car, gay with his colours. There was still much to be done that day. End of chapter 19. Recording by Crystal Treader.
Chapter 20 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonali Punja. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 20. Hickney Heath blazed with excitement. It is not every day that a thrill runs through a dull London borough. Not even every election day. For a London borough, unlike a country town, has very little corporate life of its own. You cannot get up as much enthusiasm for Kilburn, say, as a social or historical entity, as you can for Winchester or Canterbury. You may perform civic duties if you are public-spirited enough, with business-like zeal. And if you are borough councillor, you may be proud of the nice new public baths which you have been instrumental in presenting to the community. But the ordinary man in the street no more cares for Kilburn than he does for Highgate. He would move from one to the other without a pang. For neither's glory would he shed a drop of his blood. Only on election times does it occur to him that he is of a special brotherhood, isolated from the rest of London. And even then he regards the constituency as a convention defining geographical limits for the momentary range of his political passions. So that the day when an electric thrill ran through the whole of Hickney Heath was a rare one in its uninspiring annals. The dramatic had happened, touching the most sluggish imaginations. The Liberal candidate for Parliament, a respected borough councillor, a notorious evangelical preacher, had publicly confessed himself an ex-convict. Every newspaper in London, and for that matter every newspaper in Great Britain, rang with the story, and every man, woman and child in Hickney Heath read feverishly every newspaper, morning and evening, they could lay their hands on. Also every man, woman and child in Hickney Heath asked his neighbour for further details. All who would leave desk and shop or factory poured into the streets to learn the latest tidings. Around the various polling stations the crowd was thickest. Those electors who had been present at Silas Finn's meeting the night before told the story at first hand to eager groups. Rumours of every sort spread through the mob. The man who had put the famous question was an agent of the Tories. It was a smart party move. Silas Finn had all the time been leading a double life. Depravities without number were laid to his charge. Even now the police were inquiring into his connection with certain burglaries that had taken place in the neighbourhood. And where was he that day? Who had seen him? He was at home drunk. He had committed suicide. Even if he hadn't and was elected, he would not be allowed to take his seat in Parliament. On the other hand, those in whose radical bosoms burned fierce hatred for the Tories spoke loud in condemnation of their cowardly tactics. There was considerable free fighting in the ordinarily dismal and decorous streets of Hickney Heath. Noisy acclamations hailed automobiles, carriages and wagonettes, bringing voters of both parties to the polls. Paul, driving in his gaily decked car about the constituency, shared all these demonstrations and heard these rumours. The latter he denied, and caused to be denied, as far as lay in his power. In the broad High Street, thronged with folk and dissonant with tramcars and motor buses, he came upon a quarrelsome crowd looking up at a window above a poulterer's shop, from which hung something white like a strip of wallpaper. Approaching, he perceived that it bore a crude drawing of a convict and good old Dartmoor for legend. White with anger, he stopped the car, leaped out onto the curb, and pushing his way through the crowd entered the shop. He seized one of the white-coated assistants by arm. "Show me the way to that first-floor room," he cried fiercely. The assistant, half dragged, half leading, and wholly astonished, took him through the shop and pointed to the staircase. Paul sprang up and dashed through the door into the room, which appeared to be some business office. 3 or 4 young men, who turned grinning from the window, he thrust aside, and plucking the offending strip from the drawing pins which secured it to the sill, he tore it across and across. "You cads! You brutes!" he shouted, trampling on the fragments. "Can't you fight like Englishmen?" The young men, realizing the identity of the wrathful apparition, stared open-mouthed, turned red, and said nothing. Paul strode out, looking very fierce, and drove off in his car amid the cheers of the crowd, to which he paid no notice. "It makes me sick," he cried passionately to Wilson, who was with him. "I hope to God he wins in spite of it." "What about the party?" asked Wilson. Paul damned the party. He was in the overwrought mood in which a man damns everything. Quagmire and bramble, and the derision of Olympus. That was the end of his vanity of an existence. Suppose he was elected, what then? He would be a failure. The high gods in their mirth would see to that. A puppet in Frank Ayres's hand until the next general election, when he would have ignominiously to retire. Awakener of England indeed. He could not even awaken Hickney Heath. As he dashed through the streets in his triumphal car, he hated Hickney Heath, hated the wild hurrahs of wagon loads of his supporters on their way to the polls, hated the smug smiles of his committee men at polling stations. He forgot that he did not hate England. A little black dish, an inch or two in diameter, if cunningly focused, can obscure the sun in heaven from human eye. There was England still behind the little black dish, though Paul, for the moment, saw it not. Wilson pulled his scrubby moustache and made no retort to Paul's anathema. To him, Paul was one of the fine flower of the upper classes, to which lower middle class England still, with considerable justification, believes to be imbued with incomprehensible and unalterable principles of conduct. The grand old name of gentleman still had its magic in this country, and is, by the way, not without its influence in one or two mighty republics wherein the equality of man is very loudly proclaimed. Wilson therefore gladly suffered Paul's lunatic quixotry. For himself, he had proved hugely of the cartoon. If he could have had his way, Hickney Heath would have flamed with poster reproductions of it. But he had a dim appreciation of and a sneaking admiration for the aristocrat's point of view, and being a practical man, evaded a discussion on the ethics of the situation. The situation was rendered more extraordinary because the Liberal candidate made no appearance in the constituency. Paul inquired anxiously. No one had seen him. After lunch he drove alone to his father's house. The parlour maid showed him into the hideously furnished and daub-hung dining room. The Viennese horrors of plaster stags, gnomes and rabbits stared fatuously on the hearth. No fire was in the grate. Very soon Jane entered, tidy, almost matronly in buxom primness, her hair as faultless as if it had come out of a convoluted mould, her grave eyes full of light. She gave him her capable hand. "It's like you to come, Paul." "It's only decent. My father hasn't shown up. What's the matter with him?" "It's a bit of a nervous breakdown," she said, looking at him steadily. "Nothing serious. But the doctor I sent for him says he had better rest. And his committee people thought it wiser for him not to show himself." "Can I see him?" "Certainly not." A look of alarm came into her face. "You're both too excited. What would you say to him?" "I'd tell him what I feel about the whole matter." "Yes, you would fling your arms about, and he would talk about God, and a precious lot of good it would do to anybody." "No, thank you. I am in charge of Mr. Finn's health." It was the old Jane, so familiar. "I wish," said he, with a smile, "I wish I had had your common sense to guide me all these years. If you had, you would now be a clerk in the city earning 30 shillings a week." "And perhaps a happier man." "Bosh, my dear Paul," she said, shaking her head slowly. "Rot, rubbish. I know you too well. You adding up figures at 30 shillings a week with a common sense wife. For I suppose you mean that mending your socks and rocking the cradle in a second floor back in Hickney Heath. No, my dear." She paused for a second or two, and her lips twitched oddly. "Common sense would have been the death of you." He laughed in spite of himself. It was so true. Common sense would have screwed him to a 30 shillings a week desk. The fantastic had brought him to that very house, a candidate for Parliament in a 1,000-guinea motor car. On the other hand, and his laughter faded from his eyes, the fantastic in his life was dead. Henceforward, common sense would hold him in her cold and unstimulating clasp. He said something of the sort to Jane. Once more she ejaculated, "Rot, rubbish and bosh," and they quarrelled as they had done in their childhood. "You talk as if I didn't know you inside out, my dear Paul," she said in her clear, unsmiling way. "Listen, all men are donkeys, aren't they?" "For the sake of argument, I agree." "Well, there are two kinds of donkeys. One kind is meek and mild and will go wherever it is driven. The other in order to get along, must always have a bunch of carrots dangling before its eyes. That's you." "But confound it all," he cried. "I have lost my carrots. Can't you see? I'll never have any carrots again. That's the whole damned tragedy." For the first time she smiled, the smile of a woman wiser in certain subtle things than the man. "My dear," she said, "carrots are cheap." She paused for an instant and added, "Thank God." Paul squeezed her arms affectionately and they moved apart. He sighed. "They are the most precious things in the world," said he. "The most precious things in the world are those which you can get for nothing," said Jane. "You are a dear," said he, "and a comfort." Presently he left her and returned to his weary round of constituency, feeling of stouter heart, with a greater faith in the decent ordering of mundane things. A world containing such women as Jane and Ursula Winwood possessed elements of sanity. Outside one of the polling stations he found Barney Bill holding forth excitedly to a knot of working men. He ceased as the car drove up and cast back a broad, proud smile at the candidate's warm greeting. "I got up the old bush, so nice and proper, with all your colours and posters, and it would have been a spectacular diorama for these here poor people. But you know for why I didn't bring it out today, don't you, sonny?" "I know, dear old friend," said Paul. "I hadn't the cart to. What were you speechifying about when I turned up?" Barney Bill jerked a backward thumb. "I was telling this pack of cowardly radicals that though I have been a Tory born and bred for 60-odd years, and though I have voted for you, Silas Finn, for all he was in prison while most of them were sucking wickedness and radicalism out of nature's founts, is just as good a man as what you are. They were saying, you see, they are radicals, but on account of Silas being blown upon, they was going to vote for you. So I tells them, I says, Mr. Savelli would scorn your dirty votes. If you feel low and radical, vote radical. Mr. Savelli wants to play fair. I know both of them, I says. Both of them intimately. And they begins to laugh as if I was talking through my heart. Anyway, they see now I know you, sonny." Paul laughed and clapped the loyal old man on the shoulder. Then he turned to the silent but interested group. "Gentlemen," said he, "I don't want to inquire on which side you are, but you can take it from me that whatever my old friend Mr. Simmons says about Mr. Finn and myself is the absolute truth. If you're on Mr. Finn's side in politics, in God's name vote for him. He's a noble, high-souled man, and I'm proud of his private friendship." He drew Barney Bill apart. "You are the only Tory in the place who can try to persuade people not to vote for me. I wish you would keep on doing it." "I've been a-doing of it ever since the polls opened this morning," said Barney Bill. Then he cocked his head to one side and his little eyes twinkled. "It is an upside-down way of fighting an election to persuade people not to vote for you, isn't it?" "Everything is topsy-turvy with me these days," Paul replied. "So we've just got to stand on our heads and make the best of it." And he drove off in the gathering dusk. Night found him in the great chamber of the town hall with his agent and members of his committee. Present, too, were the Liberal agent and the members of the Liberal committee. At one end of the room sat the mayor of the borough in robe and chain of office, presiding over the proceedings. The returning officer and his staff sat behind long tables on which were deposited the sealed ballot boxes brought in from the various polling stations. And these were emptied and the votes were counted, the voting papers for each candidate being done up in bundles of 50. Knots of committeemen of both parties stood chatting in low voices. In an ordinary election, both candidates would have chatted together. in 99 cases out of 100 about golf, and would have made an engagement to meet again in milder conflict that day week. But here Paul was the only candidate to appear, and he sat in a cane-bottomed chair apart from the lounging politicians, feeling curiously an interloper in this vast, solemn and scantily filled hall. He was very tired, too tired in body, mind and soul to join in the small talk of Wilson and his bodyguard. Besides, they all wore the air of anticipated victory, and for that he held them in detestation. He had detested them the whole day long. The faces that yesterday had been long and anxious, today had been wreathed in smirks. Wherever he had gone he had found promise of victory in his father's disgrace. Passionately the young man, fronting vital issues, longed for his own defeat. But for the ironical interposition of the high gods, it might have been so different. Any other candidate against him, he himself buoyed up with his own old glorious faith, his princess, dazzling meteor, illuminating the murky streets. Dear God! What would not have been the joy of battle during the past week? What would not have been the intense thrill, the living of 1,000 lives in these few hours of suspense, now so dull with dreariness and pain? He sat apart, his legs crossed, a hand over his eyes. Wilson and his men, puzzled by his apparent apathy, left him alone. It is not much use addressing a mute and wooden idol, no matter how physically prepossessing. The counting went on slowly, relentlessly, and the bundles of 50 on each side grew in bulk, and Paul's side bulked larger than Silas Finn's. At last Wilson could stand it no longer. He left the group with which he was talking and came to Paul. "We're far ahead already," he cried excitedly. "I told you last night would do the trick." "Last night," said Paul, rising and stuffing his hands in his jacket pockets, "my opponent's supporters passed a vote of confidence in him in a scene of tumultuous enthusiasm." "Quite so," said Wilson. "A crowd is generous and easily swayed. A theatrical audience of scallywags and thieves will howl applause at the triumph of virtue and the downfall of the villain. And each separate member will go out into the street and begin to practice villainy and say, 'To hell with virtue.' If last night's meeting could have polled on the spot, they would have been as one man. Today they are scattered and each individual revises his excited opinion. Your hard-bitten radical would sooner have a self-made man than an aristocrat to represent him in Parliament. But damn it all, he'd sooner have an aristocrat than an ex-convict." "But who the devil told you I am an aristocrat?" cried Paul. Wilson laughed. "Who wants to be told such an obvious thing? Anyhow, you've only got to look, and you will see how the votes are piling up." Paul looked and saw that Wilson spoke truly. Then he reflected that Wilson and the others who had worked so strenuously for him had no part in his own personal depression. They deserved a manifestation of interest, also expressions of gratitude. So Paul pulled himself together and went amongst them and was responsive to their prophecies of victory. Then, just as the last votes were being counted, an official attendant came in with a letter for Paul. It had been brought by messenger. The writing on the envelope was Jane's. He tore it open and read: "Mr. Finn is dying. He has had a stroke. The doctor says he can't live through the night. Come as soon as you can. Jane." Outside the town hall the wide street was packed with people. Men surged up to the hollow square of police guarding the approach to the flight of steps and the great entrance door. Men swarmed about the electric standards above the heads of their fellows. Men rose in a long tier with their backs to the shop fronts on the opposite side of the road. In spite of the raw night, the windows were open, and the arc lights revealed a ghostly array of faces looking down on the mass below, whose faces in their turn were lit up by the more yellow glare streaming from the doors and uncurtained windows of the town hall. In the lobby behind the glass doors could be seen a few figures going and coming, committeemen, journalists, officials. A fine rain began to fall, but the crowd did not heed it. The mackintosh capes of the police glistened. It was an orderly crowd, held together by tense excitement, all eyes fixed on the silent illuminated building whence the news would come. Across one window on the second floor was a large white patch, blank and sphinx-like. At right angles to one end of the block ran the High Street, and the tall blazing trams passed up and down, and all eyes in the trams strained for a transient glimpse of the patch, hoping that it would flare out into message. Presently a man was seen to dash from the interior of the hall into the lobby, casting words at the waiting figures who clamoured eagerly and disappeared within, just as the man broke through the folding doors and appeared at the top of the steps beneath the portico. The great crowd surged and groaned, and the word was quickly passed from rank to rank. "Savelli! 1,370 majority!" And then there burst out wild cheers, and the crowd broke into immediate little waves like a choppy sea. Men danced and shouted and clapped each other on the back, and the tall facade of the street opposite the hall was aflutter. Suddenly the white patch leaped into an illumination, proclaiming the figures. Savelli 6,135. Finn 4,765. Again the wild cheering rose, and then the great double windows in the centre of the first floor of the town hall were flung open, and Paul, surrounded by the mayor and officials, appeared. Paul gripped the iron handrail and looked down upon the tumultuous scene, his ears deafened by the roar, his eyes dazed by the conflicting lights and the million swift reflections from moving faces and arms and hats and handkerchiefs. The man is not born who can receive unmoved a frenzied public ovation. A lump rose in his throat. After all, this delirium of joy was sincere. He stood for the moment the idol of populace. For him this vast concourse of human beings had waited in rain and mud, and now became a deafening, seething welter of human passion. He gripped the rail tighter and closed his eyes. He heard, as in a dream, the voice of the mayor behind him. "Say a few words. They won't hear you, but that doesn't matter." Then Paul drew himself up, facing the whirling scene. He sought in his pocket and suddenly shot up his hand, holding a letter, and awaited a lull in the uproar. He was master of himself now. He had indeed words to say, deliberately prepared, and he knew that if he could get a hearing he would say them as deliberately. At last came comparative calm. "Gentlemen," said he, with a motion of the letter, "my opponent is dying." He paused. The words, so unexpected, so strangely different from the usual exordium, seemed to pass from line to line through the crowd. "I am speaking in the presence of death," said Paul, and paused again, and a hush spread like a long wave across the street, and the thronged windows, last of all, grew still and silent. "I will ask you to hear me out, for I have something very grave to say." And his voice rang loud and clear. "Last night my opponent was forced to admit that nearly 30 years ago he suffered a term of penal servitude. The shock, after years of reparation, of spotless life, spent in the service of God and his fellow creatures, has killed him. I desire publicly to proclaim that I, as his opponent, had no share in this dastardly blow that has struck him down. And I desire to proclaim the reason. He is my own father. I, Paul Savelli, am my opponent Silas Finn's son." A great gasp and murmur rose from the wonder-stricken throng. but only momentarily, for the spell of drama was on them. Paul continued, I will make public later on the reasons for our respective changes of names. For the present, it is enough to state the fact of our relationship and of our mutual affection and respect. That I thank you for electing me goes without saying, and I will do everything in my power to advance the great cause you have enabled me to represent. I regret I cannot address you in another place tonight, as I had intended. I must ask you of kindness to let me go quietly where my duty and my heart call me to my father's death-bed." He bowed and waved a dignified gesture of farewell, and turning into the hall, met the assemblage of long, astounded faces. From outside came the dull rumbling of the dispersing crowd. The mayor, the first to break the silence, murmured a platitude. Paul thanked him gravely. Then he went to Wilson. "Forgive me," said he, "for all that has been amiss with me to-day. It has been a strain of a very peculiar kind." "I can well imagine it," said Wilson. "You see, I am not an aristocrat after all," said Paul. Wilson looked the young man in the face and saw the steel beneath the dark eyes and the proud setting of the lips. With a sudden impulse he wrung his hand. "I don't care a damn," said he. "You are." Paul said, unsmiling, "I can face the music, that's all." He drew a note from his pocket. "Will you do me a final service? Go round to the Conservative Club at once and tell the meeting what has happened. And give this to Colonel Winwood." "With pleasure," said Wilson. Then Paul shook hands with all his fellow workers and thanked them in his courtly way, and pleading for solitude went through the door of the great chamber and, guided by an attendant, reached the exit in a side street where his car awaited him. A large concourse of people stood drawn up in line on each side of the street, marshalled by policemen. A familiar crooked figure limped from the shadow of the door, holding a hard felt hat, his white poll gleaming in the shaft of light. "God bless you, sonny," he said in a hoarse whisper. Paul took the old man by the arm and drew him across the pavement to the car. "Get in," said he. Barney Bill hung back. "No, sonny, no. It's not the first time we've driven together. Get in. I want you." So Barney Bill allowed himself to be thrust into the luxurious car, and Paul followed. And perhaps for the first time in the history of great elections, the successful candidate drove away from the place where the poll was declared in dead silence, attended only by the humblest of his constituents. But every man in the throng bared his head. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 21. "He had the stroke in the night," said Barney Bill suddenly. Paul turned sharply on him. "Why wasn't I told?" "Could you have cured him?" "Of course not." "Could you have done him any good?" "I ought to have been told." "You had enough of worries before you for one day, sonny." "That was my business," said Paul. "Jane and I, being as it were responsible parties, took the liberty, so to speak, of thinking it our business too." Paul drummed impatiently on his knees. "You ain't angry, are you, sonny?" the old man asked plaintively. "No, not angry with you and Jane. Certainly not. I know you acted for the best, out of love for me. But you shouldn't have deceived me. I thought it was a mere nervous breakdown, the strain and shock. You never said a word about it. And Jane, when I talked to her this morning, never gave me to dream there was anything serious amiss. So I say you two have deceived me. But I'm a tellin' of you, sonny. Yes, I know. I don't reproach you. But don't you see? I'm sick of lies, dead sick. I've been up to my neck in a bog of falsehood ever since I was a child, and I'm making a hell of a struggle to get onto solid ground. The truth for me now. By God, nothing but the truth. Barney Bill, sitting forward, hunched up on the seat of the car, just as he used to sit on the footboard of his van, twisted his head round. I'm not an educated person, said he, although if I hadn't done a bit of reading in my time, I'd have gone dotty all by my lones in the old bus. But I've come to one or two conclusions in my, so to speak, variegated career. And one is that if you go on in that 'ere mad way of truth for Parliament, you'll be a bull in a china shop, and they'll get sticks and dogs to hustle you out. Sir Robert Peel, old Gladstone, Dizzy, the whole lot of the old yuns was up against it. They had to compromise. It's compromise. The old man dwelt lovingly, as usual, on the literary word. It's compromise you must have in Parliament. I'll see Parliament damned first, cried Paul, his nerves on edge. You'll have to wait a long time, sonny, said Barney Bill, wagging a sage head. Parliament takes a lot of damning. Anyhow, said Paul, not eager to continue the argument, but unconsciously caught in the drift of Barney Bill's philosophy, my private life isn't politics, and there's not going to be another lie in my private life as long as I live. The old man broke a short silence with a dry chuckle. How it takes one back, he said reflectively. Lor' lum, I can hear yer speaking now, just in the same tone. The night what yer run away with me, yer hadn't a seat to your britches then, and now you've a seat in Parliament. He chuckled again at his joke. But, he gripped the young man's knee in his ebony clasp, you're just the same Paul, sonny. God bless yer, and you'll come out straight all right. Here we are. The car drew up before Silas Finn's house. They entered. Jane, summoned, came down at once and met them in the dreadful dining-room, where a simple meal was spread. I haven't heard, she said. I'm in. I'm glad. My father? He asked curtly. She looked at him wide-eyed for a second or two as he stood, his fur-lined coat with astrachan collar thrown open, his hand holding a soft felt hat on his hip, his absurdly beautiful head thrown back, to casual glance the fortunate youth of a month or two ago. But to Jane's jealous eye he was not even the man she had seen that afternoon. He looked many years older. She confessed afterwards to surprise at not finding his hair grey at the temples, thus manifesting her ordered sense of the harmonious. She confessed, too, that she was frightened. Jane, who, for any other reason than the mere saving of her own skin, would have stolidly faced Hyrcanian tigers at the stern eyes beneath the contracted brows. He was a different Paul altogether, and here we have the divergence between the masculine and the feminine point of view. Jane saw a new avatar, Barney Bill, the ragged urchin of the Bludston brick fields. She shifted her glance to the old man. He, standing crookedly, cocked his head and nodded. He knows all about it. Yes, said Paul. How is my father? Jane threw out her hands in the Englishwoman's insignificant gesture. He's unconscious. Has been for hours. The nurse is up with him. The end may come any moment. I hid it from you till the last for your own sake. Would you care to go upstairs? She moved to the door. Paul threw off his overcoat and, followed by Barney Bill, accompanied her. On the landing they were met by the nurse. It is all over, she said. I will go in for a moment, said Paul. I should like to be alone. In a room hung like the rest of the house with gaudy pictures, he stood for a short while looking at the marble face of the strange-souled, passionate being that had been his father. The lids had closed forever over the burning, sorrowful eyes. The mobile lips were forever mute. In his close sympathy with the man, Paul knew what had struck him down. It was not the blow of the nameless enemy, but the stunning realization that he was not, after all, the irresistible nominee of the Almighty. His great faith had not suffered, for the rigid face was serene, as though he had accepted this final chastisement and purification before entrance into the eternal kingdom. But his high pride, the mainspring of his fanatical life, had been broken, and the workings of the physical organism had been arrested. In those few moments of intense feeling, in the presence of death, it was given to Paul to tread across the threshold of the mystery of his birth. Here lay stiff and cold, no base clay such as that of which Polly Kegworthy had been formed. It had been the tenement of a spirit beautiful and swift, no matter to what things he himself had been born. He had put that foolishness behind him. At all events, his dream bad come partly true. His father had been one of the great ones, one of the conquerors, one of the high princes of men. Multitude of kings had not been so parented. Outwardly a successful businessman and a fanatical dissenter, there were thousands like Silas Finn. But Paul knew his inner greatness, the terrific struggle of his soul, the warrings between fierce blood and iron will, the fervent purpose, the lofty aspirations, and the unwavering conduct of his life of charity and sorrow. He stretched out his hand and with his fingertips lightly touched the dead man's forehead. "I'm proud to be your son," he murmured. Then the nurse came in and Paul went downstairs. Barney Bill waylaid him in the hall and led him into the dining room. "Have a little food and drink, sonny. You look as if you need it. Especially drink. Here." He seized a decanter of whiskey. Since Paul's first visit, Silence had always kept it in the house for his son's comforting, and would have filled the tumbler had not Paul restrained him. He squirted in the soda. "Drink it down and you'll feel better." Paul swallowed a great gulp. "Yes," he agreed, "there are times when it does help a man." "Liquor is like a dog," said Bill. "Keep it in subjection, so to speak, and it's your faithful friend." "Where's Jane?" Paul asked. Paul swallowed a great gulp. "Yes," he agreed, "there are times when it does help a man." "Liquor is like a dog," said Bill. "Keep it in subjection, so to speak, and it's your faithful friend." "Where's Jane?" Paul asked. "She's busy. Half the borough seemed to be calling or telephoning." And even at that moment Paul could hear the maid tripping across the hall and opening the front door. "I've told her what occurred. She seemed half scared. She's had a dreadful day, poor gal." "She has indeed," said Paul. He threw himself into a chair, dead beat at the end of emotional strain, and remained talking with the old man of he scarce knew what. But these two, Jane and the old man, were linked to him by imperishable ties, and he could not leave them yet a while in the house of death. Barney Bill stirred the fire, which blazed up, making the perky animals on the hearth cast faint and fantastic shadows. "It's funny how he loved those darn little beasts, isn't it now? I remember of him telling me as how they transported him into magic something or other. He had a word for it. I don't know. Medieval. That's it, sonny. Medieval forests. It means back of old times, don't it? King Arthur and his round table. I done a bit of reading, you know." The old man took out pouch and pipe. "That's what drew us together, sonny. Our taste for literature, remember." "Can I ever forget?" said Paul. "Well, he was like that too. He had lots of poetry in him. Not the stuff that rhymes, you know.
like the Psalm of Life and so forth, but real poetry. I wish I could tell you what I mean." His face was puckered into 1,000 wrinkles with the intellectual effort, and his little diamond eyes gleamed. "He could take a trumpery common thing like that there mug-faced, lop-eared hare and make it stand for the what you call it forest. I've said to him, 'Come out with me on the old bus if you want green and loneliness and nature.' And he said, I recollect one talk in particular, he said, 'I'd love to hear something about a pipe. I'm getting old, sonny.'" "The pipes of Pan," Paul suggested. "The very words. Lord lum, how did you guess it?" He paused, his fingers holding the lighted match, which went out before he could apply it to his tobacco. "Yas, the pipes of Pan. I don't know what it means. Anyway, he said he'd love to hear them in the real forest, but duty kept him to bricks and mortar, and so he had to hear them in imagination. He said that all of them footling little beasts were a-listening to him, and they told him all about it. I remember he told me more about the woods than I know myself, and I reckon I could teach his business to any gamekeeper or poacher in England. I don't say as how he knew the difference between a stoat and a weasel. He didn't. A cock pheasant and a hen partridge would have been the same to him. But the spirit of it, the meaning of it, he fair raised my hair off. He knew it a darn sight better nor I. And that's what I set out for to say, sonny. He had poetry in him, and all this." He swept an all-inclusive hand. "All this meant to him something that you and I can tumble to, sonny. It meant something different to what it looked like. Ah." And impatience at his impotence to express philosophic thought, he cast another lighted match angrily into the fire. Paul, high product of modern culture, sat in wonder at the common old fellow's clarity of vision. Tears rolled down his cheek. "I know, dear old Bill, what you're trying to say. Only one man has ever been able to say it. A mad poet called Blake. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour." Barney Bill started forward in his chair and clapped his hand on the young man's knee. "By gum, you've got it. That's what I was a-driving at. That's Silas. I call to mind when he was a boy. Pretty dirty and ragged he was, too, as he used to lean over the parapet of Blackfriars Bridge and watch the current sort of swirling round the piers, and he used to say as how he could hear what the river was saying. I used to think him loony, but it was poetry, sonny, all the time." The old man, thus started on reminiscence, continued somewhat garrulous, and Paul, sunk in the armchair by the fire, listened indulgently, waiting for Jane. She, meanwhile, was occupied upstairs and in the library, answering telephone messages and sending word out to callers by the maid. For on the heels of Paul, as Barney Bill had said, many had come on errand of inquiry and condolence, and all the news agencies and newspapers of London seemed to be on the telephone. Some of the latter tried for speech with the newly elected candidate whom they understood to be in the House, but Jane denied them firmly. She had had some training as a politician's private secretary. At last the clanging bell ceased ringing, and the maid ceased running to and from the street door, and the doctor had come and given his certificate and gone, and Jane joined the pair in the dining-room. She brought in from the hall a tray of visiting cards and set it on the table. "I suppose it was kind of them all to come," she said. She sat down listlessly in a straight-backed chair, and then, at a momentary end of her fine strength, suddenly broke into tears and sobs, and buried her head on her arms. Paul rose, bent over her, and clasped her shoulders comfortingly. Presently she turned and blindly sought his embrace. He raised her to her feet, and they stood as they had done years ago, when, boy and girl, they had come to the parting of their ways. She cried silently for a while, and then she said miserably, "I've only you left, dear."
In his hour of spent effort and lassitude, it was a queer physical comfort, very pure and sweet, to feel the close contact of her young, strong body. She, too, out of the wreck, was all that he had left. His clasp tightened, and he murmured soothing words. "Oh, my dear, I'm so tired," she said, giving herself up, for her part also, to the foolish solace of his arms. "I wish I could stay here always, Paul." He whispered, "Why not?" Indeed, why not? Instinct spoke. His people were her people, and her people his, and she had proved herself a brave, true woman. Before him no longer gleamed the will-o'-the-wisp, leading him a fantastic dance through life. Before him lay only darkness. Jane and he, hand in hand, could walk through it fearless and undismayed, and her own great love, shown unashamed in the abandonment of this moment of intense emotion, made his pulses throb. He whispered again, "Why not?" For answer she nestled closer. "If only you could love me a little bit?" "But I do," said Paul hoarsely. She shook her head and sobbed afresh, and they stood in close embrace at the end of the room by the door, regardless of the presence of the old man, who sat, his back to them, smoking his pipe and looking, with his bird-like crook of the neck, meditatively into the fire. "No, no," said Jane at last. "It's silly of me. Forgive me. We mustn't talk of such things. Neither of us is fit to, and tonight it's not becoming. I have lost my father, and you are only my brother, Paul dear." Barney Bill broke in suddenly, and at the sound of his voice they moved apart. "Think it over, sonny. Don't go and do anything rash." "Don't you think it would be wise for Jane to marry me?" "Aye, for Jane. Not for me." "It's only wise for a man to marry a woman what he loves," said Barney Bill. "Well?" "You said when we was a driving here as you were going to live for the truth and nothing but the truth. I only mention it," added the old man dryly. Jane recovered herself with a gulp in the throat, and before Paul could answer said, "We too had a talk today, Paul. Remember?" Her voice quivered a little. "About carrots." "You were right in essence," said Paul, looking at her gravely. "But I should have my incentive. I know my own mind. My affection for you is of the deepest. That is truth. I needn't tell you. We could lead a happy and noble life together." "We belong to two different social classes, Paul," she said gently, again sitting in the straight-backed chair by the table. "We don't," he replied. "I repudiated my claims to the other class this evening. I was admitted into what is called high society, partly because people took it for granted that I was a man of good birth. Now that I've publicly proclaimed that I'm not, and the newspapers will pretty soon find out all about me now, I'll drop out of the same high society. I shan't seek readmittance." "People will seek you." "You don't know the world," said he. "It must be mean and horrid." "Oh, no. It's very just and honourable. I shan't blame it a bit for not wanting me. Why should I? I don't belong to it." "But you do, dear Paul," she cried earnestly. "Even if you could get rid of your training and mode of thought, you can't get rid of your essential self. You've always been an aristocrat, and have always been a small shopkeeper's daughter, and shall continue to be one." "And I say," Paul retorted, "that we've both sprung from the people and are of the people. You've raised yourself above the small shopkeeping class just as much as I have. Don't let us have any sham humility about it. Whatever happens, you'll always associate with folk of good breeding and education. You couldn't go back to Barn Street. It would be idiotic for me to contemplate such a thing for my part. But between Barn Street and Mayfair there's a refined and intellectual land where you and I can meet on equal ground and make our social position. What do you say?" She did not look at him, but fingered idly the cards on the tray. "Tomorrow you will think differently," Tonight you're all on the strain." "And axin' your pardon, sonny, for chipping in," said the old man, holding up his pipe in his gnarled fingers. "You haven't told her as how you loves her, and that is how a young woman axed in marriage ought to be told." She did not look at him, but fingered idly the cards on the tray. "Tomorrow you will think differently. Tonight you're all on the strain." "And axin' your pardon, sonny, for chipping in," said the old man, holding up his pipe in his gnarled fingers. "You haven't told her as how you loves her, and that is how a young woman axed in marriage ought to be told." "I've spoken the truth, dear old friend," said Paul. "I've got down to bedrock tonight. I have a deep and loyal affection for Jane. I shan't waver in it all my life long. I'll soon find my carrot, as she calls it. It will be England's greatest. She is the woman that will help me on my path. I've finished with illusions forever and ever. Jane is the bravest and grandest of realities. Tonight's work has taught me that. For me, Jane stands for the truth. Jane." He turned to her, but she had risen from her chair, staring at a card which she held in her hand. Her clear eyes met his for an instant as she threw the card on the table before him. "No, dear, for you, that's the truth." He took it up and looked at it stupidly. It bore a crown and the inscription, "The Princess Sophie Zobraska," and a penciled line in her handwriting, with anxious inquiries. He reeled as if someone had dealt him a heavy blow on the head. He recovered to see Jane regarding him with her serene gravity. "Did you know about this?" he asked dully. "No, I've just seen the card. I found it at the bottom of the pile." "How did it come?" Jane rang the bell. "I don't know. If Annie's still up, we can find out. As it was at the bottom, it must have been one of the first." "How could the news have travelled so fast?" said Paul. The maid came in, questioned. She said that just after Paul had gone upstairs, and while Jane was at the telephone, a chauffeur had presented the card. He belonged to a great lighted limousine in which sat a lady in hat and dark veil. According to her orders, she had said that Mr. Finn was dead, and the chauffeur had gone away, and she had shut the door. The maid was dismissed. Paul stood on the hearth-rug with bent brows, his hands in his jacket pockets. "I can't understand it," he said. "She must have come straight from the town hall," said Barney Bill. "But she wasn't there," cried Paul. "Sonny," said the old fellow, "if you're always dead sure of where a woman is and where a woman isn't, you're a wiser man than Solomon with all his wives and other domestic afflictions." Paul threw the card into the fire. "It doesn't matter where she was," said he. "It was a very polite, even a gracious act to send in her card on her way home, but it makes no difference to what I was talking about. What have I got to do with princesses? They're out of my sphere. So are naiads and dryads and houris and valkyrie and other fabulous ladies. The Princess Zobraska has nothing to do with the question." He made a step towards Jane, and, his hand on her shoulder, looked at her in his new masterful way. "I come in the most solemn hour and in the crisis of my life to ask you to marry me. My father, whom I've only learned to love and revere tonight, is lying dead upstairs. Tonight I have cut away all bridges behind me. I go into the unknown. We'll have to fight, but we'll fight together. You have courage, and I at least have that. There's a seat in Parliament which I'll have to fight for afterwards like a dog for a bone, and an official position which brings in enough bread and butter." "And there's a fortune," remarked Barney Bill. "What do you mean?" Paul swung round sharply. "Your father's fortune, sonny. Who do you suppose he was a-going to leave it to? Homes for lost horses or free Zionists. I don't know as how I ought to talk of it, him not buried yet. But I seed his will when he made it a month or two ago, and barring certain legacies to free Zionists and such like lunatic folk, not to speak of Jane here being left comfortably off,
You're the residuary legatee, sonny. With something like £100,000, there's no talk of earning bread and butter, sonny." "It never entered my head," said Paul, rather dazed. "I suppose a father would leave his money to his son. I didn't realize it." He passed his hand over his eyes. "So many things have happened tonight, anyhow," he said, smiling queerly in his effort to still a whirling brain. "If there are no anxieties as to ways and means, so much the better for Jane and me. I'm all the more justified in asking you to marry me. Will you?" "Before I answer you, Paul dear," she replied steadily, "you must answer me. I've known about the will, just like Bill, all the time." "She has that," confirmed the old man. "So this isn't news to me, dear, and can't alter anything from me to you." "Why should it?" asked Paul. "But it makes my claim a little stronger." "Oh no," she replied, shaking her head. "It only confuses issues. Money has nothing to do with what I'm going to ask you. You said tonight you were going to live for the truth, the real naked truth. Now, Paul dear, I want the real naked truth. Do you love that woman?" At her question she seemed to have grown from the common-sense, clear-eyed Jane into a great and commanding presence. She had drawn herself to her full height. Her chin was in the air, her generous bust thrown forward, her figure imperious, her eyes intense. And Paul too drew himself up and looked at her in his new manhood, and they stood thus for a while, beloved enemies. "If you want the truth, yes, I do love her," said he. "Then how dare you ask me to be your wife?" "Because the one is nonsensical and illusory, and the other is real and practical." She flashed out angrily. "Do you suppose I can live my woman's life on the real and practical? What kind of woman do you take me for? An Amelia? A patient Griselda? A tabby cat?" Paul said, "You know very well I take you for one of the greatest-hearted of women. I've already said it tonight." "Do you think I'm a greater-hearted woman than she? Wait, I've not finished," she cried in a loud voice. "Your princess, you cut her heart into bits the other day when you proclaimed yourself a low-born impostor. She thought you a high-born gentleman, and you told her of the gutter up north, and the fried fish shop, and the Sicilian organ-grinding woman. She royalty, you of the scum. She left you. This morning she learned worse. She learned that you were the son of a convict. What does she do? She comes somehow, I don't know how, to Hickney Heath and hears you publicly give yourself away. And she drives straight here with a message for you. It's for you, the message. Who else?" She stood before Paul, a flashing Jane unknown. "Would a woman who didn't love you come to this house tonight? Dear old Bill here, who hasn't moved in royal circles, knows it. No, my dear man," she said regally, "I've given you all my love, everything that is in me, since I was a child of 13. You will always have it. It's my great joy that you'll always have it. But by God, Paul, I'm not going to exchange it for anything less. Can you give me the same?" "You know I can't," said Paul. "But I can give you that which would make our marriage a happy one. I believe the experience of the world has shown it to be the securest basis." She was on the point of breaking out, but turned away with clenched hands and, controlling herself, faced him again. "You're an honourable and loyal man, Paul. You're saying this to save your face. I know that you would marry me. I know that you would be faithful to me in thought and word and act. I know that you would be good and kind and never give me a moment's cause for complaint. But your heart would be with the other woman, whether she's out of your sphere or not. What does it matter to me? You love her and she loves you. I know it. I should always know it. You'd be living in hell, and so should I. I should prefer to remain in purgatory, which, after all, is quite bearable. I'm used to it.
and I love you enough to wish to see you in paradise." She turned away with a wide gesture and an upward inflection of her voice. Barney Bill refilled his pipe and fixed Paul with his twinkling diamond eyes. "It's a pity, sonny, a dog-gasted pity." "We're up against the truth, old man, the unashamed and naked truth," said Paul with a sigh. Jane caught Paul's fur-lined coat and hat from the chair on which he had thrown it and came to him. "It's time for you to go and rest, dear. We're all of us exhausted." She helped him on with the heavy coat and for farewell put both her hands on his shoulders. "You must forget a lot of things I've said tonight." "I can't help remembering them." "No, dear, forget them." She drew his face down and kissed him on the lips. Then she led him out to the front door and accompanied him down the steps to the curb where the car with its weary chauffeur was waiting. The night had cleared and the stars shone bright in the sky. She pointed to one haphazard. "Your star, Paul. Believe in it still." He drove off. She entered the house and, flinging herself on the floor by Barney Bill, buried her head on the old man's knees and sobbed her brave heart out. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonali Punja. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 22. The next morning, amazement fluttered over 1,000,000 breakfast tables and throbbed in 1,000,000 railway carriages. For all the fierceness of political passions, parliamentary elections are but sombre occurrences to the general public. Rarely are they attended by the picturesque, the dramatic, the tragic. But already the dramatic had touched the election of Hickney Heath, stimulating interest in the result. Thousands, usually apathetic as to political matters, opened their newspapers to see how the ex-convict candidate had fared. They read with a gasp that he was dead, that his successful opponent had proclaimed himself to be his son. They had the dramatic value of cumulative effect. If Paul had ever sought notoriety, he had it now. His name rang through the length and breadth of the land. The early editions of the London afternoon papers swelled the chorus of amazed comment and conjecture. Some had even rooted out a fact or two, heaven knows whence, concerning father and son. According to party, they meted out praise or blame. Some, unversed in the law, declared the election invalid. The point was discussed in 100 clubs. There was consternation in the social world. The Duchess' boudoirs, with which Paul had been taunted, hummed with indignation. They had entertained an adventurer unawares. They had entrusted the sacred ark of their political hopes to a charlatan. Their daughters had danced with the offspring of gaol and gutter. He must be cast out from the midst of them. So did those that were foolish furiously rage together, and imagine many a vain thing. The Winwoods came in for pity. They had been villainously imposed upon. And the Young England League, to which they had all subscribed so handsomely, where were its funds? Was it safe to leave them at the disposal of so unprincipled a fellow? Then germs of stories crept in from the studios and the stage and grew perversely into the overheated atmosphere. Paul's reputation began to assume a pretty colour. On the other hand, there were those who, while deploring the deception, were impressed by the tragedy and by Paul's attitude. He had his defenders. Among the latter first sprang forward Lord Francis Ayres, the chief whip officially bound to protect his own pet candidate. He called early at the house in Portland Place, a distressed and anxious man. The door was besieged by reporters from newspapers, vainly trying to gain entrance. His arrival created a sensation. At any rate, there was a headline: "Opposition Whip calls on Savelli." One or two attempted to interview him on the doorstep. He excused himself courteously. As yet he knew as much or as little as they. The door opened. The butler snatched him in hurriedly. He asked to see the Winwoods. He found them in the library. "Here's an awful mess," said he, throwing up his hands. "I thought I'd have a word or two with you before I tackle Savelli. Have you seen him this morning?" "Oh, yes." "Well, what do you think about it?" "I think," said Ursula, "that the best thing I can do is to take him away with me for a rest as soon as possible. He's at the end of his tether." "You seem to take it pretty calmly." "How do you expect us to take it, my dear Frank?" she said. "We always expected Paul to do the right thing when the time came. And we consider that he has done it." The Chief Whip smoothed the perplexed brow. "I don't quite follow. Were you, vulgarly speaking, in the know all the time?" "Sit down and I'll tell you." So he sat down, and Miss Winwood quietly told him all she knew about Paul and what had happened during the past few weeks, while the Colonel sat by his desk and tugged his long moustache and here and there supplemented her narrative. "That's all very interesting," Ives remarked when she had finished, "and you two have acted like bricks. I also see that he must have had a devil of a time of it. But I've got to look at things from an official point of view." "There is no question of invalidity, is there?" asked Colonel Winwood. "No. He was known as Paul Savelli, nominated as Paul Savelli, and elected as Paul Savelli by the electors of Hickney Heath. So he'll sit as Paul Savelli. That's all right. But how is the House going to receive him when he's introduced? How will it take him afterwards? What use will he be to the party? We only ran him because he seemed to be the most brilliant of the young outsiders. We hoped great things of him. Hasn't he smashed up himself socially? Hasn't he smashed up his career at the very beginning? All that is what I want to know." "So do I," groaned Colonel Winwood. "I didn't have a wink of sleep last night." "I didn't either," said Ursula. "But I don't think it will matter a row of pins to Paul in his career." "It will always be up against him," said Ayres. "Because he has acted like a man?" "It's the touch of the rebla that I'm afraid of." "You must remember that he wasn't aware of his relationship to the dead man until the eve of the election. But he was aware that he wasn't a descendant of a historical Italian family, which everyone thought him to be." "I don't speak for myself," said Ayres. "I'm fond of the chap. One can't help it. He has the charm of the great gentleman, confound him, and it's all natural. The cloven hoof has never appeared, because I personally believe there is no cloven hoof. The beggar was born well bred, and as to performance, well, he's been a young meteor across the political sky until this election. Then he was a disappointment. I frankly confess it. I did not know what he was playing at. Now I do. Poor chap. I personally am sympathetic. But what about the cold-blooded other people who don't know what you've told me? To them he is the son of an ex-convict, a vendor of fried fish, I put it brutally, from their point of view, who has been masquerading as a young St. George on horseback. Will he ever be forgiven? Officially, have I any use of him? You see, I am responsible to the party." "Any party," said Ursula, "would be a congregation of imbeciles who didn't do their best to develop the genius of Paul Savelli." "I am fond of Paul," said Colonel Winwood in his tired way. But I don't know that I would go as far as that. It's only because you are a limited male, my dear James. I suppose Caesar was the only man who really crossed the Rubicon. And the fuss he made about it. Women jump across with the utmost certainty. My dear Frank, we are behind Paul, whatever happens. He's been fighting for his own hand ever since he was a child, it is true. But he has fought gallantly." "My dear Miss Winwood," said Frank Ayres, "if there's a man to be envied, it's the one who has you for his champion." "Anyone, my dear Frank, is to be envied," she retorted, "who is championed by common sense." "All these fireworks illuminate nothing," said Colonel Winwood. "I think we'd better ask Paul to come down and see Frank. Would you like to see him alone?" "I had rather you stayed," said Frank Ayres. A message was sent to Paul, and presently he appeared, very pale and haggard. Frank Ayres met him with outstretched hand, spoke a courteous word of sympathy, apologized for coming in the hour of tragic bereavement. Paul thanked him with equal courtesy. "I was about to write to you, Lord Francis," he continued, "a sort of statement in explanation of what happened last night. Our friends have told me all, I think, that you may have to say." "I shall still write it," said Paul, "so that you can have it in black and white. At present I've given the press nothing." "Quite right," said Frank Ayres. "For God's sake let us work together as far as the press is concerned. That's one of the reasons why I have forced myself upon you. It's horrible, my dear fellow, to intrude at such a time. I hate it, as you can well imagine. But it's my duty." "Of course it is," said Paul. There was a span of awkward silence. "Well," said he, with a wan smile, "we are facing, not a political, but a very unimportant party situation. Don't suppose I haven't a sense of proportion. I have. What for me is the end of the world is the unruffled continuance of the cosmic scheme for the rest of mankind. But there are relative things to consider. You have to consider the party. I'm sort of fly blown. Am I any use? Let us talk straight. Am I or am I not?" "My dear chap," said Frank Ayres, with perplexed knitting of the brows, "I don't quite know what to say. You yourself have invited me to talk straight. Well, forgive me if I do. There may be a suggestion in political quarters that you have won this election under false pretences. Do you want me to resign my seat?" The two men looked deep into each other's eyes. "A Unionist in is a Liberal out," said Frank Ayres, "and counts too on division. That's one way of looking at it. We want all we can get from the enemy. On the other hand, you'd come in for a lot of criticism and hostility. You'd have to start not only from the beginning, but with a handicap. Are you strong enough to face it?" "I'm not going to run away from anything," said Paul. "But I'll tell you what I'm prepared to do. I'll resign and fight the constituency again under my real name of Kegworthy, provided, of course, the local people are willing to adopt me. On the understanding, however, that the party support me or at least don't put forward another candidate. I'm not going to turn berserk. That's a sporting offer at any rate. But pardon me. We are talking business. Where is the money for another election to come from?" "My poor father's death makes me a wealthy man," replied Paul. Miss Winwood started forward in her chair. "My dear, you never told us." "There were so many other things to talk about this morning," he said gently. "But of course I would have told you later. I only mention now," he turned to the Chief Whip, "in answer to your direct and very pertinent question. Now, between a political free lance adopting a parliamentary career in order to fight for his own hand, as all Paul's supporters were frankly aware that he was doing, and a wealthy, independent and brilliant young politician, lies a wide gulf. The last man on earth, in his private capacity, to find his estimate of his friends influenced by their personal possessions, was the fine aristocrat, Lord Francis Ayres. But he was a man of the world, the very responsible head of the executive of a great political party. As that executive head he was compelled to regard Paul from a different angle. The millions of South Africa or the Middle West might vainly knock at his own front door till the crack of doom, while Paul the penniless sauntered in an honoured guest. But in his official room in the House of Commons more stern and worldly considerations had to prevail. "Of course I can't give you an answer now," said he. "I'll have to discuss the whole matter with the powers that be. But seat's a seat, and though I appreciate your quixotic offer, I don't see why you should risk it. It's up to you to make good. It's more in your own interest that I'm speaking now. Can you go through with it?" Paul, with his unconquerable instinct for the dramatic, hauled out the little cornelian heart at the end of his watch chain. "My dear fellow," said he, "do you see that? It was given to me for failing to win a race at a Sunday school treat when I was a very little boy. I didn't possess coat or stockings, and my toes came out through the ends of my boots, and in order to keep the thing safe I knotted it up in the tail of my shirt, which waggled out of the seat of my breeches. It was given to me by a beautiful lady, who, I remember, smelled like all the perfumes of Araby. She awakened my aesthetic sense by the divine and intoxicating odour that emanated from her. Since then I've never met woman so like a scented garden of all the innocences. To me she was a goddess. I overheard her prophesy things about me. My life began from that moment. I kept the cornelian heart all my life as a talisman. It has brought me through all kinds of things. Once I was going to throw it away, and Miss Winwood would not let me. I kept it, somewhat against my will, for I thought it was a lying talisman. It had told me, in the sweet-scented lady's words, that I was the son of a prince. "Give me half an hour tomorrow or the day after," he said, seeing a puzzled look in Frank Ayres's face, "and I'll tell you a true psychological fairy tale, the apologia pro vita mea. I say anyhow that lately, until last night, I thought this little cornelian heart was a lying talisman. Then I knew it didn't lie. I was the son of a prince of men, although he had been in gaol and spent his days afterwards in running emotional Christianity and fried fish shops. His name was Silas, mine is Paul. Something significant about it, isn't there? Anyhow," he balanced the heart in the palm of his hand, "this hasn't lied. It has carried me through all my life. When I thought it failed, I found it at the purest truth of its prophecy. It's not going to fail me now. If it's right for me to take my seat, I will take it. Whether I make good politically or not is on the knees of the gods. But you may take it from me that there's nothing in this wide world that I won't face or go through with if I've set my mind to it." So the child who had kicked Billy Goodge and taken the spolia opima of paper-cocked hat and wooden sword spoke through the man. As then, in a queer way, he found himself commanding a situation, and as then commanding it rightfully through sheer personal force. Again, at a sign, he would have broken the sword across his knee. But the sign did not come. "Speaking quite unofficially," said Frank Ayres, "I think if you feel like that, you would be a fool to give up your seat." "Very well," said Paul. "I thank you. And now perhaps it would be wise to draw up that statement for the press if you can spare the time." So Paul made a draft, and Frank Ayres revised it, and it was sent upstairs to be typed. When the typescript came down, Paul signed and dispatched it, and gave the chief whip a duplicate. "Well," said the latter, shaking hands, "the best of good luck." Whereupon he went home feeling that though there would be the deuce to pay, Paul Savelli would find himself perfectly solvent, and meeting the somewhat dubious leader of the opposition later in the day, he said: "Anyhow, this far too gentlemanly party has got some picturesque at last to touch the popular imagination. A new young Disraeli? Why not?" The leader made a faint gesture of philosophic doubt. "The mould is broken," said he. "We'll see," said Frank Ayres confidently. Meanwhile, Paul returned to his room and wrote a letter, 3 words of which he had put on paper: "My dear Princess," when the summons to meet the chief whip had come. The unblotted ink had dried hard. He took another sheet. "My dear Princess," he began. He held his head in his hand. What could he say? Ordinary courtesy demanded an acknowledgment of the Princess's message of inquiry. But to write to her whom he had held close in his arms, whose lips had clung maddeningly to his, in terms of polite convention, seemed impossible. What had she meant by her message? If she had gone scornfully out of his life, she had gone, and there was an end on't. Her coming back could bear only one interpretation, that of Jane's passionate statement. In spite of all, she loved him. But now, stripped and naked, and at war with the world for all his desire, he would have none of her love. Not he. At last he wrote: "Princess, 1,000 grateful thanks for last night's gracious act, the act of the very great lady that I have the privilege of knowing you to be. Paul Savelli." He rang for a servant and ordered the note to be sent by hand, and then went out to Hickney Heath to see to the burying of his dead. On his return he found a familiar envelope with the crown on the flap awaiting him. It contained but few words: "Paul, come and see me. I will stay at home all day. Sophie." His pulses throbbed. Her readiness to await his pleasure proved a humility of spirit rare in Princess Sophie Zobraska. Her hands were held out towards him, but he hardened his heart. The fairy tale was over. Nothing but realities lay before him. The interview was perilous. But he was not one to shirk danger. He went out, took a cab, and drove to Berkeley Square. She rose shyly as he entered and advanced to meet him. He kissed her hand, but when he sought to release it, he found his held in her warm clasp. "Mon Dieu, how ill you are looking," she said, and her lips quivered. "I am only tired." "You look so old. Ah!" She moved away from him with a sigh. "Sit down. I suppose you can guess why I have asked you to come," she continued after a pause. "But it is a little hard to say. I want you to forgive me." "There is nothing to forgive," said Paul. "Don't be ungenerous. You know there is. I left you to bear everything alone." "You were more than justified. You found me an impostor. You were wounded in everything you held sacred. I wounded you deliberately. You could do nothing else but go away. Heaven forbid that I should have thought of blaming you. I didn't. I understood." "But it was I who did not understand," she said, looking at the rings on her fingers. "Yes, you are right. I was wounded. Like an animal. I hid myself in the country. And I hoped you would write. Which was foolish, for I knew you wouldn't. Then I felt that if I had loved you as I ought, I should never have gone away." "I thought it best to kill your love outright," said Paul. She lay back on her cushions, very fair, very alluring, very sad. From where he sat he saw her face in its delicate profile, and he had a mighty temptation to throw himself on his knees by her side. "I thought, too, you had killed it," she said. "Still think so," said Paul in a low voice. She raised herself, bent forward, and he met the blue depths of her gaze. "And you? Your love?" I never did anything to kill it." "But I did." "No, you couldn't. I shall love you to the hour of my death." He saw the light leap into her eyes. "I only say it," he added somewhat coldly, "because I will lie to you no longer. But it's a matter that concerns me alone." "How you alone? Am I not to be considered?" He rose and stood on the hearth rug, facing her. "I consider you all the time," said he. "Listen, mon cher ami," she said, looking up to him. "Let us understand one another. Is there anything about you, your birth or your life, that I still don't know? I mean, anything essential?" "Nothing that matters," said Paul. "Then let us speak once and for all, soul to soul. You and I are of those who can do it. Eh bien, I am a woman of old family, princely rank and fortune. You—" "But my father's death," said Paul for the second time that day. "I am a rich man. We can leave out the question of fortune. Except that the money I inherit was made out of a fried fish shop business. That business was conducted by my father on lines of peculiar idealism. It will be my duty to carry on his work, at least." He inwardly and conscientiously repudiated the idea of buying fish at Billingsgate at 5 o'clock in the morning, as far as the maintenance of his principles is concerned. "Soin," said the Princess. "We leave out the question of fortune. You are, then, a man of humble birth, and the rank you have gained for yourself. I am a man of no name and of tarnished reputation. Good God!" he blazed out suddenly, losing control. "What is the good of torturing ourselves like this? If I wouldn't marry you before until I had done something in the front of the world to make you proud of me, what do you think I'll do now, lying in the gutter for everyone to kick me? Would it be the happiness of either of us for me to sneak through society behind your rank? It would be the death of me, and you would come to hate me as a mean hound." "You? A mean hound?" Her voice broke and the tears welled up in her eyes. "You have done nothing for me to be proud of? You who did what you did last night?" "Yes, I was there. I saw and heard. Listen." She rose to her feet and stood opposite to him, her eyes all stars, her figure trembling, and her hands moving in her Frenchwoman's passionate gestures. "When I saw in the newspapers about your father, my heart was wrung for you. I knew what it meant. I knew how you must suffer. I came up straight to town. I wanted to be near you. I did not know how. I did not want you to see me. I called in my steward. How can I see the election? We talked a little. He went and hired a room opposite the town hall. I waited there in the darkness. I thought it would last forever. And then came the result and the crowd cheered, and I thought I should choke. I sobbed, I sobbed, I sobbed. And then you came, and I heard, and then I held out my arms to you alone in the dark room, like this, and cried, 'Paul, Paul!'" Woman conquered. Madness surged through him, and he flung his arms about her, and they kissed long and passionately. "Whether you do me the honour of marrying me or not," she said a while later, flushed and triumphant, "our lives are joined together." And Paul, still shaken by the intoxication of her lips and hair and clinging pressure of her body, looked at her intensely with the eyes of a man's longing. But he said, "Nothing can alter what I said a few minutes ago. Not all the passion and love in the world. You and I are not of the stuff, thank God, to cut ourselves adrift and bury ourselves in some romantic island and give up our lives to a dream. We are young. We are strong. We both know that life is a different sort of thing altogether from that. We are not of the sort that shirks its responsibilities. We've got to live in the world, you and I, and do the world's work." "Parfaitement, mon bien-aime." She smiled at him serenely. I would not bury myself with you in an Ionian island for more than 2 months in a year for anything on earth. On my part, it would be the unforgivable sin. No woman has the right, however much she loves him, to ruin a man any more than a man has the right to ruin a woman. If you won't marry me, I'm perfectly willing to spend 2 months a year in an Ionian island with you." And she looked at him, very proud and fearless. Paul took her by the shoulders and shook her, more roughly than he realized. "Sophie, don't tempt me to a madness that we should both regret." She laughed, wincing yet thrilled under the rude handling, and freed herself. But what more can a woman offer the man who loves her? That is to say, if he does love her. "I not love you?" He threw up his hands. "Dear God!" She waved him away and retreated a step or two, still laughing, as he advanced. "Then why won't you marry me? You are afraid?" "Yes," he cried. "It's the only thing on this earth that I'm afraid of." "Why?" "The sneers. First you would hate them. Then you'd hate and despise me." "Calme-toi, my dearest. Just consider things practically. Who is going to sneer at a great man?" "I the first," replied Paul bitterly, his self-judgment warped by the new knowledge of the vanities and unsubstantialities on which his life had been founded. "I a great man, indeed!" "A very great man. A brilliant man I knew long ago. A brave man I have known, in spite of my pride, these last 2 or 3 awful weeks. But last night I knew you were a great man, a very great man. Ah, mon Paul, le canaille! Whether it lives in Whitechapel or Park Lane, what does it matter to us?" "The riffraff, unfortunately," said Paul, "forms the general judgment of society." The Princess drew herself up in all her aristocratic dignity. "My Paul, well, beloved," said she, "you have still 1 or 2 things to learn. People of greatness and rank march with their peers, and they can spit upon the canaille. There is canaille in your House of Lords upon which the day after tomorrow you can spit, and it will take off its coronet and thank you. And now," she said, resuming her seat on the sofa among the cushions, "let us stop arguing. If there is any more arguing to be done, let us put it off to another occasion. Let us dismiss the questions of marriage and Ionian islands altogether, and let us talk pleasantly, like dear friends who are reconciled." And with the wit of the woman who loves, and the subtlety of the woman of the world, she took Paul in her delicate hands and held him before her smiling eyes, and made him tell her of all the things she wanted to know. And so Paul told her of all his life, of Bludston, of Barney Bill, of the model days, of the theatre, of Jane, of his father. And he showed her the cornelian heart and expounded its significance. And he talked of his dearest lady, Miss Winwood, and his work on the Young England League, and his failure to grip in this disastrous election. And he went back to the brickfield and his flight from the Life School, and his obsessing dream of romantic parentage, and the pawning of his watch at Drane's Court. And in the full tide of it all, a perturbed butler appeared at the door. "Can I speak a word to your Highness?" She rose. The butler spoke the word. She burst out laughing. "My dear," she cried, "it's past 9 o'clock. The household is in a state of agitation about dinner. We'll have it at once, Wilkins." The butler bowed and retired. The Princess laughed again. "Of course you'll stay. I left Stephanie at Morebury." And Paul stayed to dinner, and though observing the flimsy compact, they dismissed the questions of Ionian islands and marriage. They talked till midnight of matters exceedingly pleasant. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Fortunate Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonali Punja. The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke. Chapter 23. So the lovers were reconciled, although the question of marriage was farther off than ever, and the Princess and Miss Winwood wept on each other's shoulders after the way of good women, and Paul declared that he needed no rest and was eager to grapple with the world. He had much to do. First he buried his dead, the Princess sending a great wreath and her carriage, after having had a queer interview with Jane, of which neither woman would afterwards speak a word. But it was evident that they had parted on terms of mutual respect and admiration. Then Paul went through the task of settling his father's affairs. Jane having expressed a desire to take over the management of a certain department of the business, he gladly entrusted it to her capable hands. He gave her the house at Hickney Heath, and Barney Bill took up his residence there as a kind of old watchdog. Meanwhile, introduced by Frank Ayres and Colonel Winwood, he faced the ordeal of a chill reception by the House of Commons and took his seat. After that, the 9 days' wonder of the scandal came to an end. The newspapers ceased talking of it, and the general public forgot all about him. He only had to reckon with his fellow members and with social forces. His own house, too, he had to put in order. He resigned his salary and position as organizing secretary of the Young England League, but as honorary secretary he retained control. To assure his position he applied for royal letters patent and legalized his name of Savelli. Finally he plunged into the affairs of Fish Palaces Limited and learned the many mysteries connected with that outwardly unromantic undertaking. These are facts in Paul's career which his chronicler is bound to mention. But on Paul's development they exercised but little influence. He walked now, with open eyes, in a world of real things. The path was difficult, but he was strong. Darkness lay ahead, but he neither feared it nor dreamed dreams of brightness beyond. The vision splendid had crystallized into an unconquerable purpose of which he felt the thrill. Without Sophie Zobraska's love he would have walked on doggedly, obstinately, with set teeth. He had proved himself fearless, scornful of the world's verdict, but he would have walked in wintry gloom with a young heart frozen dead. Now his path was lit by warm sunshine, and the burgeon of spring was in his heart. He could laugh again in his old joyous way. Yet the laughter was no longer that of the boy, but of the man who knew the place that laughter should hold in a man's life. On the day when he, as chairman, had first presided over a meeting of the board of directors of Fish Palaces Limited, he went to the Princess and said, "If I bring with me an ancient and fish-like smell, a kind of not of the newest poor John, send me about my business." She bade him not to talk foolishly. "I am talking sense," said he. "I am going through with it. I am in trade. I know to the fraction of a penny how much fat ought to be used to a pound of hake, and I am concentrating all my intellect on that fraction of a penny of fat." "Tu as raison," she said. "N'est-ce pas? It's funny, isn't it? I've often told you I once thought myself the man born to be king. My dreams have come true. I am a king. The fried fish king." Sophie looked at him from beneath her long lashes. "And I am a princess. We meet at last on equal terms." Paul sprang forward impulsively and seized her hands. "Oh, you dear, wonderful woman. Doesn't it matter to you that I'm running fried fish shops?" "I know why you're doing it," she said. "I wouldn't have you do otherwise. You are you, Paul. I should love to see you at it. Do you wait at table and hand little dishes to costermongers? Ancien régime or émigré? She laughed deliciously. Suddenly she paused, regarded him wide-eyed with a smile on her lips. "Tia, I have an idea, but a wonderful idea. Why should I not be the fried fish queen? Issue new shares. I buy them all up. We establish fish palaces all over the world. But why not? I am in trade already. Only yesterday my homme d'affaires sent me for signature a dirty piece of blue paper, all covered with execrable writing and imitation red seals all the way down. And when I signed it, I saw I was interested in Messrs. Jarrod's Limited, and was engaged in selling hams and petticoats, and note paper and furniture, and butter and remark this and fish, but raw fish. Now what the difference is between selling raw fish and fried fish, I do not know. Moi, je suis déjà marchande de poisson. Voilà." She laughed, and Paul laughed too. They postponed, however, to an indefinite date, consideration of the business proposal. As Paul had foreseen, society manifested no eagerness to receive him. Invitations no longer fell upon him in embarrassing showers, nor did he make any effort to pass through the once familiar doors. For one thing, he was proud. For another, he was too busy. When the Christmas recess came, he took a holiday, went off by himself to Algiers. He returned bronzed and strong, to the joy of his Sophie. "My dear," said Miss Winwood one day to the curiously patient lady, "what is to come of it all? You can't go on like this for ever and ever." "We don't intend to," smiled the Princess. "Paul is born to great things. He cannot help it. It is his destiny. I believe in Paul." "So do I," replied Ursula. "But it's obvious that it will take him a good many years to achieve them. You surely aren't going to wait until he's a cabinet minister." The Princess lay back among her cushions and laughed. "Mais non, it will all come in woman's good time. Laissez-moi faire. He will soon begin to believe in himself again." At last Paul's opportunity arrived. The whips had given him his chance to speak. His luck attended him insofar that when his turn came he found a full house. It was on a matter of no vital importance, but he had prepared his speech carefully. He stood up for the first time in that strangely nerve-shaking assembly in which he had been received so coldly, and in which he was still friendless, and saw the beginning of the familiar exodus into the lobbies. A sudden wave of anger swept through him, and he tore the notes of his speech across and across, and again he metaphorically kicked Billy Gooch. He plunged through his speech, forgetful of what he had written, with a passion queerly hyperbolic in view of the subject. At the arresting tones of his voice, many of the withdrawing members stopped at the bar and listened. Then, as he proceeded, they gradually slipped back into their places. Curiosity gave place to interest. Paul had found his gift again, and his anger soon lost itself completely in the joy of the artist. The house is always generous to performance. There was something novel in the spectacle of this young man, who had come there under a cloud, standing like a fearless young Hermes before them, in the ring of his beautiful voice, in the instinctive picturesqueness of phrase, in the winning charm of his personality. It was but a little point in Government bill that he had to deal with, and he dealt with it shortly. But he dealt with it in an unexpected, dramatic way, and he sat down amid comforting applause and circumambient smiles and nods. The old Government hand who rose to reply complimented him gracefully, and proceeded, of course, to tear his argument to tatters. Then an ill-conditioned Socialist member got up, and, blundering an unconscious agent of destiny in a fast-emptying house, began a personal attack on Paul, whereupon there were cries of "Shame!" and "Sit down!" and the speaker in caustic tones counselled relevancy, and the sympathy of the house went out to the fortunate youth, so that when he went soon afterwards into the outer lobby, it was the dinner hour, he found himself surrounded by encouraging friends. He did not wait long among them, for up in the ladies' gallery was his princess. He tore up the stairs and met her outside. Her face was pale with anger. "The brute!" she whispered. "The cowardly brute!" He snapped his fingers. "Can I? Can I? He counts for nothing. But I've got them!" he cried exultantly, holding out clenched fists. "By God, darling, I've got them. They'll listen to me now." She looked at him and the sudden tears came. "Thank God," she said. "I can hear you talk like that at last." He escorted her down the stone stairs and through the lobby to her car, and they were objects of many admiring eyes. When they reached it, she said, with a humorous curl of her lip, "Veux-tu épouser maintenant?" "Wait, only wait," said he. "These are only fireworks. Very soon we'll get to the real thing." "We shall, I promise you," she replied enigmatically, and she drove off. One morning a fortnight later she rang him up. "You're coming to dine with me on Friday as usual, aren't you?" "Of course," said he. "Why do you ask?" "Just to make sure. And yes, also to tell you not to come until 8:30." She rang off. Paul thought no more of the matter. Ever since he had taken his seat in the house he had dined with her alone every Friday evening. It was their undisturbed hour of intimacy and gladness in the busy week. Otherwise they rarely met, for Paul was a pariah in her social world. On the Friday in question his taxi drew up before an unusual house in Berkeley Square. An awning projected from the front door, and a strip of carpet ran across the pavement. At the sound of the taxi the door opened and revealed the familiar figure of the princess's footmen in their state livery. He entered, somewhat dazed. "Her Highness has a party?" he asked. "Yes, sir. A very large dinner party." Paul paused his hand over his forehead. What did it mean? "This is Friday, isn't it?" "Of course, sir." Paul grew angry. It was a woman's trap to force him on society. For a moment he struggled with the temptation to walk away after telling the servant that it was a mistake and that he had not been invited. At once, however, came realization of social outrage. He surrendered hat and coat and let himself be announced. The noise of 30 voices struck his ear as he entered the great drawing room. He was confusedly aware of a glitter of jewels and bare arms and shoulders and the black and white of men. But radiant in the middle of the room stood his princess with a tiara of diamonds on her head, and beside her stood a youngish man whose face seemed oddly familiar. Paul advanced, kissed her hand. She laughed gaily. "You are late, Paul." "You said 8:30, Princess. I'm here to the minute." "Je te dirai après," she said, and the daring of the intimate speech took his breath away. "Your Royal Highness." She turned to the young man beside her, and then Paul suddenly recognized a prince of the blood royal of England. "May I present Mr. Savelli?" "I am very pleased to meet you," said the Prince graciously. "Your Young England League has interested me greatly. We must have a talk about it one of these days, if you can spare the time. And I must congratulate you on your speech the other night." "You are far too kind, sir," said Paul. They chatted for a minute or two. Then the Princess said, "You'll take in the Countess of Danesborough. I don't think you've met her, but you'll find she is an old friend." "Old friend?" echoed Paul. She smiled and turned to a pretty and buxom woman of 40 standing near. My dear Lady Danesborough, here is Mr. Savelli, whom you are so anxious to meet." Paul bowed politely. His head being full of his princess, he was vaguely puzzled as to the reasons for which Lady Danesborough desired his acquaintance. "You don't remember me," she said. He looked at her squarely for the first time, then started back. "Good God!" he cried involuntarily. "Good God! I've been waiting to find you all my life. I never knew your name. But here's the proof." And he whipped out the cornelian heart from his waistcoat pocket. She took it in her hand, examined it, handed it back to him with a smile, a very sweet and womanly smile, with just a suspicion of mist veiling her eyes. "I know. The Princess has told me. But how did she find you out? I mean, as my first patroness?" "She wrote to the vicar, Mr. Merewether," he's still at Bludston, "asking who his visitor was that year, and what had become of her. So she found out it was I. I've known her off and on ever since my marriage." "You were wonderfully good to me," said Paul. "I must have been a funny little wretch." "You've travelled far since then." "It was you that gave me my inspiration," said he. The announcement of dinner broke the thread of the talk. Paul looked around him and saw that the room was filled with very great people indeed. There were chiefs of his party and other exalted personages. There was Lord Francis Ayres, also the Winwoods. The procession was formed. "I have often wondered about you," said Lady Danesborough, as they were walking down to the wide staircase. "Several things happened to mark that day. For one, I had spilt a bottle of awful scent all over my dress, and I was in a state of odoriferous misery." Paul laughed boyishly. "The mystery of my life is solved at last," he explained to her frank delight. "You have not changed a bit," said he. "And oh, I can't tell you how good it is to meet you after all these years." "I'm very, very glad you feel so," she said significantly. "More than glad. I was wondering but our Princess was right." "It seems to me that the Princess has been playing conspirator," said Paul. They entered the great dining room, very majestic, with its long glittering table, its service of plate, its stately pictures, its double row of powdered and liveried footmen, and Paul learned, to his amazement, that in violation of protocols and tables of precedence, his seat was on the right hand of the Princess. Conspiracy again. Hitherto, at her parties, he had occupied his proper place. Never before had she publicly given him a special mark of her favour. "Do you think she's right in doing this?" he murmured to Lady Danesborough. It seemed so natural that he should ask her, as though she were fully aware of all his secrets. "I think so," she smiled, as though she too were in the conspiracy. They halted at their places, and there, at the centre of the long table, on the right of the young Prince, stood the Princess with flushed face and shining eyes, looking very beautiful and radiantly defiant. "Méchante," Paul whispered as they sat down. "This is a trap." "Je le sais. Tu es bien prise, petite souris." It pleased her to be gay, she confessed unblushingly. Her little mouse was well caught. The little mouse grew rather stern, and when the great company had settled down and the hum of talk arisen, he deliberately scanned the table. He met some friendly glances. A cabinet minister nodded pleasantly. He also met some that were hostile. His Sophie had tried a dangerous experiment. In Lady Danesborough, the Maisie Shepherd of his urchindom, whose name he had never known, she had assured him a sympathetic and influential partner. Also, although he had tactfully not taken up that lady's remark, he felt proud of his princess's glorious certainty that he would have no false or contemptible shame in the encounter. She had known that it would be a joy to him, and it was. The truest of the man was stirred. They talked and laughed about the far off day. Incidents flaming in his mind had faded from hers. He recalled forgotten things. Now and then she said, "Yes, I know that. The Princess has told me." Evidently, his Sophie was a conspirator of deepest dye. "And now you are the great Paul Savelli," she said. "Great!" he laughed. "In what way?" "Before this election you were a personage. I have never run across you because we've been abroad so much, you know. My husband has a depraved taste for governing places. But a year or two ago we were asked to the Chudleys, and you were held out as an inducement." "Good Lord!" said Paul, astonished. "And now, of course, you are the most discussed young man in London. Is he damned or isn't he? You know what I refer to." "Well, am I?" he asked pleasantly. "I'm glad to see you take it like that. It's not the way of the little people. Personally, I've stuck up for you, not knowing in the least who you were. I thought you did the big, spacious thing. It gave me a thrill when I read about it. Your speech in the House has helped you a lot. Altogether, and now considering our earlier acquaintance, I think I'm justified in calling you the great Paul Savelli." Then came the shifting of talk. The Prince turned to his left-hand neighbour, Lady Danesborough to her right. Paul and the Princess had their conventional opportunity for conversation. She spoke in French, daringly using the intimate tu, but of all sorts of things: books, theatres, pictures, shows. Then, tactfully, she drew the Prince and his neighbour and Lady Danesborough into their circle, and pulling the strings, she at last brought Paul and the Prince into a discussion over the pictures of the Doges in the Ducal Palace in Venice. The young Prince was gracious. Paul, encouraged to talk and stimulated by precious memories, grew interesting. The Princess managed to secure a set of listeners at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as if carrying on the theme, she said in a deliberately loud voice, compelling attention, "Your Royal Highness, I am in a dilemma." "What is it?" She paused, looked around and widened her circle. "For the past year I've been wanting Mr. Savelli to ask me to marry him, and he obstinately refuses to do so. Will you tell me, sir, what a poor woman is to do?" She addressed herself exclusively to the young Prince, but her voice, with its adorable French intonation, rang high and clear. Paul, suddenly white and rigid, clenched the hand of the Princess, which happened to lie within immediate reach. A wave of curiosity, arresting talk, spread swiftly down. There was an uncanny dead silence, broken only by a raucous voice proceeding from a very fat Lord of Appeal some distance away. "After my bath I always lie flat on my back and bring my knees up to my chin." There was a convulsive, shrill gasp of laughter, which would have instantly developed into a hysterical roar, had not the young Prince, with quick, tactful disregard of British convention, sprung to his feet, and with one hand holding champagne glass and the other uplifted, commanded silence. So did the stars in their courses still fight for Paul. "My lords, ladies and gentlemen," said the Prince, "I have the pleasure to announce the engagement of Her Highness the Princess Sophie Zobraska and Mr. Paul Savelli. I ask you to drink to their health and wish them every happiness." He bowed to the couple, lifted his glass, and standing, swept a quick glance around the company. And at the royal command the table rose. Dukes and duchesses and cabinet ministers, the fine flowers of England, and drank to Paul and his princess. "A trap," she whispered as they got up together, hand in hand. And as they stood, in their superb promise of fulfilment, they conquered. The princess said, "Mais dis quelque chose, toi?" And Paul met the flash in her eyes, and he smiled. "Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen," said he, while all the company were racking their brains to recall a precedent for such proceedings at a more than formal London dinner party. "The princess and myself thank you from our hearts. For me, this might almost seem the end of the fairy tale of my life, in which, when I was 11 years old, her ladyship the Countess Danesborough," he bowed to the Maisie of years ago, "whom I have not seen from that day to this, played the part of fairy godmother. She gave me a talisman then to help me in my way through the world. I have it still." He held up the cornelian hat. "It guided my steps to my dearest lady, Miss Winwood, in whose beloved service I lived so long. It has brought me to the feet of my fairy princess. But now the fairy tale is over. I begin where the fairy tales end." He laughed into Sophie's eyes. "I begin in the certain promise of living happy ever afterwards." In this supreme hour of his destiny, there spoke the old essential Paul, the believer in the vision splendid. The instinctive appeal to the romantic, ringing so true and so sincere, awoke responsive chords in hearts which, after all, as is the simple way of hearts of men and women, were very human. He sat down a made man, amid pleasant laughter and bowings and lifting of glasses the length of the long table. Lady Danesborough said gently, "It was charming of you to bring me in, but I shall be besieged with questions. What on earth shall I tell them?" "The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth," he replied. "What do the princess and I care?" Later in the evening he managed to find himself alone for a moment with the princess. "My wonderful Sophie, what can I say to you?" She smiled victoriously. "Cry quits. Confess that you have not the monopoly of the grand manner. You have worked in your man's way. I in my woman's way." "You took a great risk," said he. Her eyes softened adorably. "Non, mon Paul chéri. C'était tout arrangé. It was a certainty." And then Paul's dearest lady came up and pressed both their hands. "I am so glad. Oh, so glad." The tears started. "But it is something like a fairy tale, isn't it?" "Well, as far as his chronicler can say at present, that is the end of the Fortunate Youth. But it is only a beginning. Although his party is still in opposition, he is still young. His sun is rising, and he is rich in the glory thereof. A world full of great life lies before him and his princess. What limit can we set to their achievement? Of course he was the Fortunate Youth. Of that there is no gainsaying. He had his beauty, his charm, his temperament, his quick southern intelligence, all his Sicilian heritage. And a freakish chance had favoured him from the day that vagabond urchin he attended his first and only school treat. But his personal gifts and favouring chance are not everything in this world. One day before his wedding he had a long talk with Barney Bill. "Sonny," said the old man, scratching his white poll, "what ye used to talk about princes and princesses, I used to laugh, fit to burst myself. I never let you seen me do it, Sonny, for all the time you was so dead serious. And now it has come true. And do you know why it's come true, Sonny?" He cocked his head on one side, his little diamond eyes glittering, and laid a hand on Paul's knee. "Do you know why? Because you believed in it. I ain't had much religion, not having, so to speak, much time for it. Also being an old crock of a pagan. But I do remember as what Christ said about faith. Just a mustard seed of it moving mountains. That's it, Sonny. I have observed lots of things going round in the old bus. Many folks believe in nothing. What's the good of them? Move mountains? They are paralytic in front of a dunghill. I know what I am talking about, bless you. Now you come along believing in your high-born parents. I laughed, knowing as who your parents were. But you believed, and I had to let you believe. And you believed in your princes and princesses, and your being born to great things. And I couldn't sort of help believing in it too. Paul laughed. Things happen to have come out all right. But God knows why. He does, said Barney Bill very seriously. That's just what he does know. He knows you had faith. And you, dear old man, asked Paul, what have you believed in? My honesty, Sonny, replied Barney Bill, fixing him with his bright eyes. Tain't much very ambitious like. But I've had my temptations. I never drove a crooked bargain in my life. Paul rose and walked a step or two. You are a better man than I am, Bill. Barney Bill rose too, rheumatically, and laid both hands on the young man's shoulder. Have you ever been false to what you really believed to be true? Not essentially, said Paul. Then it's all right, Sonny, said the old man very earnestly. His bent, ill-clad figure, his old face, wizened by years of exposure to suns and frosts, contrasting oddly with the young favourite of fortune. It's all right. Your father believed in one thing. I believe in another. You believe in something else. But it doesn't matter a twopenny damn what one believes in, so long as it's worth believing in. It's faith, Sonny, that does it. Faith and purpose. You are right, said Paul. Faith and purpose. I believed in you from the very first, when you were sitting down reading Sir Walter with the bead and tail off. And I believed in you when you used to tell about being born to great things. Paul laughed. That was all childish rubbish, said he. Rubbish, cried the old man, his head more crooked, his eyes more bright, his gaunt old figure more twisted than ever. Haven't you got the great things you believed you were born to? Ain't you rich? Ain't you famous? Ain't you a member of Parliament? Ain't you going to marry a royal princess? God Almighty, what more do you want? Nothing in the wide, wide world, laughed Paul. End of chapter 23. Recording by Sonali Punja. End of The Fortunate Youth by William John Locke.